Okay, now we're live.
Yes.
I screwed that up, didn't I?
Yes. Yes. Are we live? Are we
Yeah,
live?
let me see. It's what 5, 4, 3. It's coming on now, and I was making some tea, trying to get these things going and stuff like that. And let me check my sound. I screwed that up, didn't I? There I go. Okay. Okay, now we're live.
Yes.
Okay, and now you know what's happened? I can hear my tea whistle going. So maybe you could just chat for a second and introduce the topics.
Yeah. Well, I think we want to talk about the manipulation and society and how the Willie Lynch idea. I think is an important concept to understand. And Joe can talk about that a little more. But we have to understand it's a very sophisticated process that we're in terms of enslaving men. And the more you're able to understand that, the more you're able to kind of fight against that. So hopefully we can touch on that. And then, obviously the best answer that we understand is to go mgtow, just separate yourself from that situation. But, it takes a lot of critical thinking to get to that point, and it takes a lot of self-introspection. And then you have to continue to question your ideas and your thoughts. You can't just be so stubborn and so set in your ways that you're missing out on the manipulation. You're missing out on it. We talk about religion a lot, but that's definitely a big component in manipulating society and getting people into this traditional conservative thinking, which obviously doesn't benefit men at all, just enslaves men. So, we have to dig in deeper and understand that idea of what slavery is and who's running the show and who's running the institutions that ultimately attempt to enslave us.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
I got this great thing. I discovered this. I had this pot, and then I busted a tea maker, one of those glass ones, and then the thing falls right down, and they're so perfect you can make it in the stainless steel pot now. And I've been like, wow, this is great. I had to bust something to get something better.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was just talking about it's always good to have a good teapot, that's for sure. I don't drink tea anymore because that guy, my guru, which I got with JK, was like, you listen to that guy too much, you gotta have, with JK's right though, it's like, it's good to have people that guide you. And he was just talking about, he felt tea was toxic. And
yeah, it's not as good. People say the green tea is good for you and everything. I just don't.
Yeah.
I've never found any health benefits to it. Besides, it's a good a diuretic.
Yeah.
It makes you pee in the morning, so you'll pee at night, and you'll pee. It takes the water out of your body. Probably an antioxidant quality. I think it's highly overinflated. The ideas of this westernized, Chinese medicine that we don't know about, and people always want to think that they know something that we don't know.
Yeah.
So it's not as great as everybody, but tea is refreshing, and it's it's one of the world's favorite drinks. And when I if I don't want to get jacked up on coffee all day, then hey, tea's a good alternative.
Yeah.
It's not the health benefit everybody thinks it is. We got anybody in here yet? Yeah. No, 3 people. Okay. Yeah, we'll just talk a little. Yeah, we're going to go into the idea of what I finished up the last broadcast with the Willie Lynch idea is it's an idea on how corporations and how corporations of the past, when slavery was legal, there was an idea, and it was the Willie Lynch idea of how do you keep the slaves in line? Well, you divide them and you separate them. You get at that point it was you get the females against the males, and we can see this in society. there's gender division, a lot of gender division, gender dynamics going on, where the females, feminism against meninism. And we have a lot of that. Okay, that's a single division. And then we have the light-skinned ones against the dark-skinned ones. We have that, and race in our society. And we have one of the other ways was the big ones against the small ones. We can see the incels and against the alphas, and the chads against the. So this thing, you can visualize this happening in society. Where Willie Lynch wanted one thing, and I know it's a mythical idea. He wants one thing. What does he want? He wants the slaves to be in order. He wants division among the slaves, so they can't unionize and unite against them. And that's one of the best ways to do it. Now, when we look at diversity, and we started talking about social justice and diversity, it has the same effect on society. And there's a lot of good articles in it, and I'll probably go and post a few articles in the low bar in case you don't believe this. And what happens is a company, we can see this in Amazon. I shared this with people earlier. When did Amazon start doing the social diversity that they were doing?
I don't know.
When their employees started asking for a union. So what does that tell you? Okay, that tells you that they have to promote division within. They have to get people separated, so people are like arguing on other things rather than when the unionizing to make their lives better. It actually does the actual wrong thing. When you look at the definition of social justice, and I know we hate to use the definition of something sometimes, justice in terms of distribution of wealth, opportunity, privilege within society. Individuals give way to the struggle. Individuality gives way to the struggle. And that's the important part. Individually gives way. So you lose your autonomy when your boss starts inundating you with well, they're not going to do social justice per se. They're going to do diversity meetings, and we all got to get along to better. And then you're sitting there with your buddy, and your buddy's like me. You probably got a Hispanic buddy, and he's got a white buddy, and our African American buddy is going to come around, and we're looking at, and no one has to tell us this stuff. But what happens is someone's going to start believing that, and it automatically makes a division. It's like, oh, Joe, you're the white guy, or oh, there's trans people that, and they hate all the straight people now, like all the straight people doing that. And we can see this how it goes. The white men. Now you have a division created within that. So it actually did the exact opposite of what it's supposed to do, because of the reason which I said. Individually gives way. When someone tells you who you can no longer judge people on their character and quality of the people. I make judgments on people of character and quality. If they're trans, if they're lesbian, or if they're black, or if they're, I can't make those judgments anymore. And I'm forced, I lose my autonomy. So do I want to lose my autonomy? No, of course I don't. Now I feel like I've been offended through this thing. That's what this thing does. And maybe you got most shops. I worked in a lot of shops in my life, and it's been very diverse. And I've had very diversity of friends. I didn't really care who my friends were, except for there was a few things. You didn't lie, you didn't steal, you didn't womanize, and you didn't cheat. And that's how I picked my friends. And other things really didn't matter. I used to hang around. I tell you guys all the time, I used to hang around with a whole gaggle of lesbians. They're fun. They're the funnest people in the whole world. But after diversity, they're like, Joe, you're just one of those white guys, those white straight guys. And I was like, yeah, I'm white and I'm straight, but I still love you guys. Come on. Yeah. And they start looking at you differently. So division accomplished. Now, you take that idea with Willie Lynch, the myth of Willie Lynch. We'll just say the myth in case it's made up. But Willie Lynch doesn't matter in this, because it's the idea of matter. The idea that matters. The idea is Willie Lynch is still the corporate owner. And that's what people go over. There's an antecedent to that. The antecedent is the corporate owner, the plantation owner is still the plantation owner, and he wants the same thing. And he's going to do it differently today. And like I said, you can look around, and it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. Right now, what's happening right now in the news? The Asians.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now like, oh yeah. You know what the true fact about that is? The true fact about that is there's been 46 murders of Asians in America in last year. 46. There's 16,000 murders. The percentage doesn't even equivalent. It doesn't even come close to the rate of Asian Americans in them. If you matched it to the rate per the rate of murder, it was far. They say that they say there was an 833% jump because it went from 8 to 30 to 46. Now that's a hyperbolic statement there. Mm-hmm. I mean, anytime there's stress like we're experiencing in America right now, the murder rate's generally going to go up, and it doesn't have anything to do with their skin color. But now you have a whole community that portion that thinks there's other communities, and I don't know who they think is coming after them. Their own racism will determine that fact. If they're racist against black people, it'll be the black people are coming. If they're racist against white people, it'll be the white people are coming after us, and they start telling on themselves. If you believe this thing, and yes, there was a horrible murder. It was horrible. Eight perfectly good masseuses got five masseuses, and then 2. But they never talk about the other people. So who do you think the other people were?
I don't know. I don't know. Probably white. I don't know.
Yeah, they're probably the unimportant people, the males. The males, the disposable males. So 3 males got shot, and their name hasn't even gotten a paper. They probably had families and stuff. They probably had people that love them, but they're not as important as which group? The Asian females, because that's the important social message now. And division, it causes division in our country. We can all say that it's a horrible thing, and we don't condone this sort of stuff in America. And I don't think any American condones that sort of stuff. But it's not the big deal that everybody thinks it. And it's just more division on top of division. Now we went through this whole area with last year and Trump and that, and he gets blamed for inciting the division amongst Americans and everything, but it doesn't cause unity. Do you think that? Where does social justice, and if anybody can supply this link to me, this idea of this link, where does social justice and diversity training supply unity?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. Unity is what we're looking for, but it does the exact opposite. And like I said, diversity is division.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It makes sense. So the Willie Lynch rules, but you can see this with our society, and anytime we have a segment of our society that are corporate owners, and they're the same people. They're always been the same people, and they don't want to give way to what? They don't want to give way to the poor people. Ouch! 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 Ouch!
Yeah.
It's like so. It makes a lot of sense for them to do that, and I can see why. What's the owner of Amazon, Jeff? I mean, he hired people just to cause division amongst his workers.
Yeah, Bezos. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos, in all in the name of social justice, all in the name of diversity, but it's going to do the exact opposite.
Yeah, and they know that going in. They're not stupid.
They're not stupid. If I can figure it out and you can figure it out, and you know, I don't get paid to do this stuff, but I probably should because you know my primary education is group dynamics. Can you believe that?
Really?
Yeah. So no, but they don't want to hear anybody complaining against their precious their precious schemes.
Yeah.
Or debunking them.
Well, it doesn't cost them a lot to do it either.
No, it doesn't cost at all for the price of and we talked about this the other day. Me Too is about the same way too. What is Me Too? Well, the corporations have figured out how to weaponize Me Too.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like we seen it with what's his name, Watson?
Yeah, Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson. Yeah, he violated some honor code within his group, and all of a sudden, mysteriously out of nowhere, like 12 complaints came in.
Yeah, what a coincidence, huh?
What a coincidence, man! How much do you think it costs? How much do you think it would cost to get 4 masseuses to make false accusation? Like 20,000 apiece?
Not even.
Not even. I can get a girl. I can get a chicken head down the street within. If I had $20,000, I can get her to say anything I wanted her to say to the police.
Yeah.
So that's an investment in it. Deshaun Watson's going to lose a lot of his, and I suppose that there'll be some violations with his contract too, wouldn't it be?
Well, that maybe, and also like he doesn't make him attractive to other teams now.
It doesn't make him attractive to other teams. That's a poison pill, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's almost like somebody in Houston. They must have been spying on him this whole time or something. They had information. They spy on their own players.
Oh yeah,
advantageous to spy. There's a movie called North Dallas 40. I don't know if you remember. Nick Nolte is in the 70s, I think. Maybe early 80s. Is a really good movie, and like there was a scene where they know that they're like spying on their star quarterback, and he was a party animal or whatever, and the Dallas was it? Dallas? Yeah, he was. They had all this information on their players, and Deshaun. I don't know. I guess they didn't want him to leave Houston, and then he lost all his leverage on the trade.
He lost all his leverage. People aren't even looking at him now.
No. And on top of that, so that's one thing. And then on top of that, too, I think it sends a message to all these other star athletes that, hey, you want to get, you want to start thinking for yourself. Well, we're gonna spill some dirt on you. We're gonna set you up for some things, and so there's just a bunch of that's got to be coming from the owners, I would think.
Right, it's got to be because follow the money. Who makes out on these things? We've seen this in Cleveland. Well, the ex-Cleveland coach with the Dodgers. Yeah. Also, I mean, what he was doing was it wasn't even what I can't remember the guy's name. What he was doing wasn't even considered a legal violation. He just was talking to a woman, and he was married. Now think of the moral constraints on him. Polygamy runs wild in our society among women, but one man cheats, and he's going to lose his career, and he's going to be made example of.
Yeah, it's just crazy. That's why men need to understand what's going. They need to understand that you're not living in this world of justice here, so you're living in a world of manipulation and you're going to get taken advantage of if you don't know the game. That's what I was telling we're talking about the game and manipulation. you have to understand the different levels. Like that's a high level concept to understand the manipulation on that Willie Lynch stuff. Just like we talked about with the police, they just exist to protect the interests of the rich. I mean, they're not there to protect you. That's why they're always harassing these poorer neighborhoods.
Right. Yeah, the police
yeah, and that's another thing too. These poor neighborhoods they're not necessarily more dangerous. Like they're really not, because I drive through them all the time. I live in the city, and I live in a really good area in the city. But you go about a mile, in either direction, you're in the poorest parts of the city, and those people there's not moral crime there really. I mean, it's not as bad as they make it out to be.
No, I figure that the problem with the inner cities, it's so easy for the police to break down. Like here, if a few men in the neighborhood were taking care of the bad people instead of calling the police, no one would ever find out about it. That vigilante thing that men do.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a horrible thing. I'm saying you just grab somebody. It's like quit strong arming the old people. It's like if we catch you doing this again, we're going to strong arm you. And it's going to hurt. And they usually get the message. I've done it myself. I've seen it. I've seen it happening. So as a man in the community, I always consider myself an officer to do those things because that's what it's supposed to be. The men are supposed to be. If you have a strong male unity in your community, no one's going to get away with doing anything wrong. The police aren't even needed then. They know that.
Yeah, they're so useless. I mean,
no, they could sit on the highways and give out their tickets.
They're really, exactly. They're the manipulators too. I mean, I'm sorry. That's just what I see. I've observed it too long. I mean, these police are not. I mean, there's some good guys that are in the police force. I'm not saying they're all.
No, there's probably some good guys that really care about the community. I'm not saying there's not, but the whole thing is sort of absurd to me. I mean, if you really care about your community, wouldn't you care about the males in the community would be having meetings, would be talking about things that would happen, would be stimulating business?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be like a part of being a police officer? Part of like, we got to get the men together as long as the men are solid in the community. But in this community, in America, most of the time the men are broken down. They're not solid. They're made to feel like they're less. They can't do what they're supposed. They walk. I don't know how many mgtows I've seen that says, "I'll just walk right by that anymore. I don't care anymore."
Mm-hmm.
You hear that a lot. The ambivalence, and the ambivalence. I can't say that. It's the T. You get apathy about your community, and you don't care anymore. If you see something, there's nothing I can do. How many times have I heard? We used to have this thing, and when I do CDC class, not CD class, for drug and alcohol rehabilitation, we'd have the guys, and I put a box up, and I says, if you want to report where you're getting the drugs and who's giving you the drugs, just put it in the box, and then I'll deliver it to the right party. And we can reduce the amount of drugs coming in our community, which is harm reduction to you guys. And the joke used to be, hey, the drug dealers are sitting outside waiting for us to come out so they can try to sell us something,
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much true too. They're trying to find these addicts, and I'm trying to cure the addicts. And so I said, here's one way to do it. You can turn them in. And you know what I was told? A local biker, they tried to muscle up on me. That was funny. Me and my buddy were just laughing at him. He's like, muscling up on Joe, you're going to get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
And he says, that's a really bad idea, man, because those people will kill you.
Yeah.
And he was just doing that because they're the ones that were selling the drugs. I was like, and then it came out years later that this guy was selling the drugs. And I was like, see, I told you that guy was selling the drugs.
Yeah. I'm going to kill nobody.
You're not going to kill nobody, especially me. And some people have tried that before.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you get older, you just see the bullshit in people, and
But they were strong arming me. They
yeah,
the whole day they showed up and they're and I laugh at bikers like that. I think
oh,
it,
yeah,
it's like they're so funny to me. It's like they got their little pins and their little buttons,
yeah,
their little leather jackets, like slave boys do. And
yeah.
it's like you know what the last article, the guy from what was the big motorcycle magazine when we were growing up?
I don't know. I was never really into it.
Yeah, there was a big motorcycle gang, something I can't remember. If you guys think of it out there, just tell me. But he wrote the last article that he ever, and then he sold the magazine. He sold his father had started, and he sold the magazine. He was the son, and he says, I can't tell the difference between bikers anymore. He says, I went down to Cincinnati. They're having one of those road things where they drive from one town to the next in Cincinnati. He
Mhm.
says, he says we stopped in and he looked around and something wasn't right. He says there was all these pins and buttons and these hats and they had their little things, their tags on there, and it was he says man I hardly couldn't stand it anymore, and it was so emasculine, and he said they looked kind of gay, and then he said he left a motorcycle bar and went to the gay bar because they were funner.
Yeah,
And he was making a point that it was ridiculous.
yeah.
And that was his last article he wrote. I can't remember the guy's name, um, but there's a lot to that. It's like you try to do something. They're always trying to tear down the men to make the men feel. If you got strong men in your neighborhood,
Yeah.
it's not going to happen.
No, no, that's what they're doing. You're right. They're creating a culture of all these weak men that they're going to call the cops, like we talked about before. Like they're going to call the police, and
Yeah, they'll call the police. The police will show up 15 minutes after the crime.
yeah, because the police don't want those calls. They just want to eat their donuts and kind of get their pensions and make $100,000 a year doing nothing. And,
Yeah. Then they're probably going to take the wrong person to jail.
well, and this whole idea of police having a dangerous job is. I talked to a cop that was a Chicago police officer. I used to play poker with this guy. And
Yeah.
he was there for like 30 years, and he says the job's not dangerous because people think it's a dangerous job. It's really not. He says it's not dangerous at all. He says you just do your job. He says you just be nice to people, and you have to be alert, but it's not dangerous. That's a total fallacy. It's a total fallacy. He was telling me.
It's a total fallacy. Yeah, you see the cops that are fearful and on edge, and maybe there's some mental problems in there, and all people have mental, and that reflects itself in the police department too. If anxiety and stress and that stuff gets a hold of them, then they're more prone to make mistakes, and they're more prone to do things like we've seen lately. It's like being violent towards the community. Them are the cops, and that's a police yourselves too.
Well, that makes sense because you see these guys that were spurgs growing up and then they become police officers. Those are the most dangerous guys around.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen a couple guys that I grew up with. The only reason they wanted to become a police officer is because they were picked on. They felt they were inept. They felt they were smallish or not able, and then they became police officers, and then that fulfilled that sense of masculinity
Mm-hmm.
they needed, and then but they reflect that in their attitudes too. I have a lot of police friends. A lot of my friends, from they grew up and became police officers because I generally hang around with a bunch of bigger guys and more goal oriented guys.
Yeah.
But, they see some horrible things too, and I can imagine that the things they see are just it's overwhelming. But as for the community, there is a community aspect. It boils down to the men in the community working with them, and that's what's been taken away in masculinity. And there's ways that it goes down to the Me Too or the diversity things, and then men don't feel safe to get out there, and I mean, you can't. What if you see a woman doing something wrong? Do you have to let her go because she's a woman? Because if you call the if you say, hey, don't steal from, don't steal, she'll go, oh, I'm going to me too you.
Yeah.
And the police will believe them too.
Yeah.
And we do know that 50% of all crime is committed by women, and even more. We've seen an uptick. 70% of all child murders are women. And that was a new thing that seemed to start with Susan Smith. What a horrible person she was, huh?
Oh yeah.
She killed her. Was it 3 kids?
I know it was at least 2.
Yeah, because she got a new boyfriend. She didn't want to have all that, that extra weight hanging around, and it interrupted her time with her boyfriend.
I gotta look it up. Yeah, Susan Smith. Yeah, I remember her. She drove her kids into a lake or something and let them
and drowned them.
drown. Yeah, how could you do that to young kids?
Yeah, that seemed to be when we were enlightened about this new female that was coming up, this new aggressive female that was hypergamous. She was moving on, and she didn't want to move on with her family, but she wanted the kids, but she didn't want the kids. She wanted them for the payments
Well, that stupid bitch is still alive, Susan Smith. She killed 2 children, 3-year-old and a 14-month-old. I mean, how could you do that?
How could you do that?
What kind of human being is that? I mean, it's just wow.
Yeah.
What a pig.
Yeah. So that's there's a lot of I've seen I've seen in my life. One of the excuses that was given for my attempted murder, like I said, it's more than one person has tried to kill me in my life, was she did it for the children.
Yeah. Well, they don't value male lives. They don't value it. They're not valued.
Yeah, you're the disposable male. It's like, okay, how does that work out where it was good for the children? Oh man.
Yeah, it's good for the children.
That's
man, these women. That's why I just stay away from them, man. I don't want them in my house. I don't want to get close to them. I don't want to have any phone conversations with them. Just get away from me. I don't initiate any phone calls with women. Like sometimes women I used to work with, they'll call me, and I don't even return their calls anymore. I just don't even bother. And I'm looking for work too, and it's like I don't even care. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, this thing gets all confused in their mind too, when they have political aspects that they want to share, and they have feminism aspects that they want to share, and they end up doing horrible stuff. And with the crackhead girls that used to come through that I used to counsel, I heard a couple of them say, the same thing. It was for the children. You were smoking crack for the children. It was like, yeah, because there was it provided me with the sexual anonymity to do what I wanted to get away from these men. So she was smoking crack for the women, for the babies. It was like, that's so distorted.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I would be like shocked when I heard it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I shouldn't go into individual case cases, but that's way behind me, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Or not even, probably 13 years ago. Yeah.
Not that long ago.
Not that long ago, no.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? It's just the way it is, we'll just stick with what we're doing.
But that's the thing. You can just. I was going to do some research. Well, actually, I was going to do some research this week on. I got a new book coming. It was what I was talking about earlier today. But justification theory and how to detect people that justify things that are absurd. I suppose that would
be, what's that called? Exactly.
Just world fallacies.
I
did it.
You reap what you sow.
Yeah, you reap what you sow. This person deserved it.
Right,
Yeah,
right. I love that reap what you sow thing because a lot of people think that's correct. It's just absolutely not. In my life, it hasn't been correct.
oh yeah, God knows what He's doing. He'll
Yeah,
fix
you reap
it.
what you sow. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I was like the top salesman. Like every company I work for, I'm like top 10, top 20% pretty much. The only ones that have ever beaten me were ones that typically cheated or did unethical things.
yeah,
And I still was downsized 6 times. So like an idiot that doesn't understand sales or life or anything, they would say, "Oh, you must have reaped what you sowed. You must not have been as good a salesperson as you think you were."
yeah. It was
It's like, no, that's just the companies don't care about. You're a disposable employee.
yeah. You're a disposable employee. No one wants to go down that rabbit hole, huh?
Right, right. You're a disposable
We talk
employee.
about those things, and that's what we're talking about today: the disposable male within corporations, and you
Right, right.
become that, and they will use just world fallacy on you. When I got sick, the Christian boss, I was very highly valued at that company, and I had a huge insurance policy out on me, and he did the same thing. It was just where my T cell count went way down after the poisoning, and I said I couldn't walk and I couldn't talk and I couldn't do a lot of things that it was like I was half dead, and he was like, well, God has, God, you must have did something to deserve it.
Yeah. What an idiot. And that's, now when we do more of the research and understand that the whole God thing is just a bunch of horse,
Yeah, and that just gave him the
horse shit.
permission to fire me unjustly, and
Yeah.
my insurance, and the insurance company, I found out, requested them to get rid of me. Otherwise, they would have to pay for the
Sure.
medical. And
Sure. What was the other that thing we were talking about religion? Like you can just go so deep with it, but how these Christians, like not just Christians, but any religious type person, they justify their bad behavior by
right.
through their religion. Oh, they can always ask for forgiveness
For forgiveness. Their forgiveness.
Yeah.
They do it every week. It's like they
Yeah.
go out and do bad things, and then they justify that. They go in and they're like, I'm forgiven. I can, and then they get back out there and do the same things they were doing.
Yeah.
Because forgiveness came so easy.
Yeah, exactly. They're just,
I mean, forgiveness doesn't, if you can say that there's some omnipotent creature that forgives you for all that stuff, it really doesn't matter unless there's an obvious amount of remorse in there.
they're just, well, then they run across the one person that's not going to take their shit, and then that's when bad things might happen to them. But
that's what I always found hypocritical, and that gives
and they do the same thing with the police. How they can act that way because they can get away, like we talked about. Like they get away with it. They got money to get themselves out of a situation through a good lawyer or through the judges in their Freemason lodge or whatever organization, country club, golf country club, whatever. And they get away with this unethical behavior.
Yeah, it's they justify it, and there's been many ways to justify those things, and I'm going to order a book. I seen it today, and I put it on my. I don't know if I want to do it in audio or I want to do it and just read. This next book is going to be a read because it's a social science book, and they don't. I have to actually sit down and read it and probably answer questions as I go. And yeah, I get that other one on how to detect. I don't know how it's worded. I'll talk about it after probably, and about how justification, and this goes down to corruption too. My things about who are the most corrupt, the people that have the what would I do for my family?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Do that one too. It's like we have this family.
Yeah.
What would I do for them?
Yeah.
For them. And that's the great Hollywood trope. Like it's something happened bad to his family. Now he's out murdering like 40, 50 people.
Yeah.
And he's like, what would I do for my family? But that, in a general sense, if you take an ethics class, you have a competent professor. That's one of the first things he's going to say. The biggest thing in America, at least in America, is corruption goes on because people tell themselves, what would I do for my daughter? What would I do for my family? What would I do for my son? And we see it with getting them in college. I'll pay that money. Take
Lori
this.
Loughlin, the girl on that.
Laughlin, what would I do for my daughter to get her in college? What would politicians do that too? What would I do for my family?
Yeah.
I'll take that bribe. I'll take that. These companies are offering big money. We can see companies that are offering big money that get bills passed in their favor. And the corruption is so deep. But that goes back to what we're talking. What would I do for my family?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the corruption of religionism is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's terrible. I don't know. I sent you that link. I don't know if you listened to it.
I see people go to prison and be still steadfast and just steadfast. And I did it for my family, and I'm a good man.
Yeah.
You hurt other people. Yeah. And that doesn't matter.
Yeah. They're insane for sure.
Yeah. There's a lot of insanity and absurdity in this world. It takes mgtow to start pointing it out.
Right. We got to call these people out because they've been getting away with so much nonsense.
Yeah, they have been getting away with tons of nonsense.
Too long. It's just too long now. It's just on and on.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they're afraid of us. I mean, they're scared shitless of us, guys like us.
Oh yeah, people that actually do critical thinking. We started off with talking about the diversity thing. When you're forced to do diversity, it has the opposite effect. Next time someone comes up, you tell them, "Well, I lose my autonomy. I lose my individuality in that. So how is that going to help me?"
Yeah.
That further. It just furthers me being separate from the company and wanting to act in any of the company's interest if I don't have no autonomy.
Mm-hmm.
It's so it's just, but who else thinks about these things critically than mgtows? I hear some of the goofiest stuff coming out of PUAs and MRAs' mouths.
Yeah, they just don't get it. They're just I don't know. Yeah. Chris Can't. We bring up Chris Can't too. I don't know. He just cracks me up. He just cracks me up how he does his videos. He starts shaking and he's got all that acne on his face. And,
yeah, he's got that.
He's trying so hard, He's trying so hard. Yeah. He's
sell your product. He was buy my product down at a low bar.
Yeah, it's like a strong male doesn't act that way. You don't act that way. We're not trying to impress the women. We're just not. That's just not what we do. We don't try to impress women. We don't care. We got stuff to do. We got goals. We got aspirations, and then you got you got a guy like Cantu on there. He's just shaking and he's just stuttering and he's just it's all about the split V and that's what they live for, and that's why they don't get anywhere in life. That's why they don't develop their critical thinking skills, because they're concerned about these other things.
I can spot an addict, and if that didn't ring in your head, that was an addict. You can look at his hair, and tell he had the heroin hair and the steroid hair. Either it was heroin or steroids, one of the two.
Sure.
I can tell. I can look at you and tell. I'm trained to do that.
Yeah, sure. You can just tell with the shaking and
the neuroticism, the overtness. He wasn't extroverted. He was super extroverted. He was overly extroverted.
Yeah. It's. I don't know. I hate to just pick on him, but.
Well, there's a lot of them, but he sums up the idea of what we talk about is why mgtow doesn't have these things we should, these building blocks that we were working for back in the day from 2012 to maybe 2016. We lost so much money to people scamming us, and we were so trustworthy. We people like that just come around, and there was the angry mgtow thing and the mayor of mgtow thing, and the guy that was supposed to write the book, and still continues to say he is, and that's just a basic, crackhead trick. I'm gonna pay you back that money, like your buddy that comes over and asks you for $40. Like, I'll give you that money back.
Yeah.
There's always the promise, but never the fulfillment of the promise.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, these people so destroyed MGTOW, and then the Paul Elam with the girls and that stuff, and then he hijacked it wasn't his book to write. I mean, he's not even a MGTOW. He was married. How can you be a MGTOW and be married?
Howard Dare, same way. I mean, I don't know why people still defend that guy, because you know why? They're trad cucks. They're not MGTOWs.
Yeah, people still defend that guy, and it's like, but why do these people gravitate to those people instead of people like us that tell the truth?
Because they're pussies? No, sorry.
Yeah, they're triggery, and there's a personality thing in there too. So talk about this. When you have that conservative personality type, you're easily triggered by people you see as being overly, they're not in your group. That conservatism. So and it's the group within the group became that with the Howard Dares, and you had to be that right wing conservative, and or else you were going to get thrown out for some reason. That was a moral violation of MGTOW code.
Even TFM, like selling his sex styles or whatever the hell he's selling. That guy's not a MGTOW. There's no way. Like what? That's what you're thinking about? Like, he's just doing it to make money. It should be so obvious to people. They don't even see it. Like, I can see through that knucklehead. I don't even listen to him. I know he's not a stupid guy, but the fact that he's selling stuff like that, it just shows he's all about the profit. And then on top of that, he's selling something that, like, again, we don't talk about those things anyway, so we shouldn't be talking about it.
Yeah. Them are things that, like, you wouldn't want to share with other people if you were doing.
Right.
You have a right to do that. I'm not saying you don't have a right to do that.
Right.
Keep that in your bedroom. Keep that in your private life. Your independence I value your independence, your autonomy too. If that's something you do in your home, that's fine. But don't come out and say that's a part of being a monk. That's not part. That's anti being a monk.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't share those things. We don't talk about those things. We don't do those things. I had to explain today the levels of. We don't have levels in MGTOW. We have people that we have people that are abstinent, and we have people that do risk reduction, harm reduction.
Yeah. And
them are the two opposite ends of that bar. As you mature in MGTOW, you will mature towards abstinence. Somewhere in the middle. And if you like the other guys, they're way out in right field there with that introducing those things into it, because that's not MGTOW. As you mature into MGTOW, you become more conscious of your social environment. You should become more conscious of what people think, and that's not something you want people thinking of you or thinking of the group, and the group is more important.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I agree with Laz on a lot of stuff, and me and Laz agree on a lot of stuff, there's an image that MGTOWs portray, and it's not a sloppy libertine image. It's, I am abstinent. I am the monk. I am that thing that scares you. I'm the thing that can put them things away. I am the thing that's deeply spiritually connected with this world.
Yeah, like you said, be a man above reproach. Like you said,
be a man above reproach. There's dignity and honor.
Yeah. And really, you got to get away from people that are talking about those type of things, and get away from them. That's why I don't listen to him. I don't listen to him anymore. I mean, I like MGTOW values. I think he's a smart guy too, but I really can't take him seriously. So it's hard for me to listen to him because he's married. It's hard to listen to him.
Do you hear that horn again?
I hear it now a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like every time I do this, the guy turns on his horn. Maybe he's listening in and he hates me.
Yeah, he's got he lives in Cambodia or something.
Yeah, I have one of these simps that moved in my neighborhood, and every time I start a
Yeah.
podcast, he starts his horn up.
Yeah. But even like we're talking about like the TFM thing, like yeah, how can you take a guy like that seriously? You're not supposed to.
No.
Once you've kind of put yourself out there that you're doing these type of things, forget it. Just you got to get those people out. Like those people, you don't even bother. You don't listen to them. You don't consider what they say.
Right.
You just move on from them. You have to because you're going to waste a lot of your time and energy on nonsense.
Right. Now you see what happened. It's Alinsky's rules on entryism. You see what happens in that thing. And I told these guys in MGTOW at that time what was going to happen is these people come in, they bring these alternate entry things that like political or the alt-right or that libertine attitude with the dolly diddling and that stuff. And what they do is they get part of the group and then they leave with part of the group. They suddenly leave the group. That's Alinsky's. They move out of the group. And then do you see him or any of his around the MGTOW group anymore? No, he stole from the group.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. Politically, we do this with the alt-right, and they come in and they want to remove and they destroy the group. If we had a liberal entity come in, they would want to get all the liberal guys together and then leave with them, and it destroys the group. The original intention is to destroy the group.
Yeah.
The group is more important. The MGTOW group should be totally important. Each one of these guys, it should be something worth fighting for. It should be something. It gives you so much, and I mean, it gave you and me a different outlook on life that we're happy.
Even Hoka, he's another piece of crap because he like the fact that he docks people and he's a real piece of work because I mean I make fun of him. I make fun of him. He walked Lake Erie, it's kind of horseshit. But bottom line, I don't think he's a very good person for doing that kind of stuff.
No, he was doing that with his TFL group.
Exactly. He's trying to. Right, he's like jealous of the gains that we're making.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, look at this is a MGTOW. There's nothing TFL about me.
Right.
There's nothing.
Right. Just because. Right. You're a super confident guy. You're smart. You're
confident. Like I'm smart. I'm intelligent. I'm
right.
Used to be strong, except when I did the shoulder, but I'm not. But no, all my life I was. There's nothing, and I have the. A MGTOW should be more like a monk, and he should be strong, intelligent, able to fight, able to defend himself. Morally conscious of every decision he makes. That's what MGTOW gives you.
Mm-hmm. And he's right, but that was I think his intention was Hoka was trying to destroy like the strong male. I think he felt
he was trying to destroy the strong male, and oh, you guys are all incels.
Yeah. Incel my ass. I mean, I don't even hardly remember asking women out. Like, I don't, like a handful. Like, they'd always come to me.
Yeah. They're like, he did the TFL was, what is it, begging the question. It was always assuming he always assumed that, you guys, you don't hang around with girls, so you must be rejected by them. No, that's an assumption of the antecedent. That's begging the question. Right.
I just laughed when I was like, even now I get it. I mean, I'm in my late 40s. I get it. I go to the store and I'm like it's like I feel like I walk around and I could tell how the women are kind of because I'm a tall guy. I'm a big, strong, really like I could tell I'm like the biggest badass in the store.
Yeah, no,
I'm not trying to brag. It's just true. I mean, it's just kind of true. I'm tall. I got big shoulders. I look like an NFL football player, ex-NFL football.
That's cool.
I'm not bragging, but I could just tell. I've had women. I've had women say, "Hey, can you help me put my groceries in my car?" Shit like that. They just come up to me and say this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you get it all the time. I get it all the time too. And I'm older. I get older women hitting on me all the time. It's like, but it's not about that with me anymore. When I ride my bike up and I land in front of the store and do a wheelie, and I jump over the wall there, there's nothing unconfident about me. When I go up, I get off my bike and I look at everybody straight in the eye, and it's total confidence. And, that's what it's supposed to be.
I thought about
That's
what
the
you
way it's supposed to be. That's the way a MGTOW monk is
Right,
supposed to be. He
right.
walks in, everybody notices him.
Right. You make your presence known. You don't even have to say a word.
Yeah, you don't have to say a word.
We're not peacocking anything. We're just that's just who we are.
People know to act. It's the monk thing too. In Washington, they did the experiment where they took the Hindu monks, and there was a high crime rate in the city. It was way over, and they took the monks, and you could do this with MGTOW monks too, and they scattered them around the city just to sit places and do their monk thing. And guess what happened in the city? The crime rate dropped 8%.
Yeah.
You can look it up online, and they did this experiment, and just the presence of a man, just the presence of a person that's morally untouchable,
right,
that's above reproach, that espouses goodness, changes the community.
When I lived in, I'll just make up a city. When I lived in like nice part of Kansas City, and they were going through whatever, one of those big cities I lived in, and they were going through a housing crisis, and so these real estate agents would go run. They would look up houses that were potentially pre-foreclosure or whatever. Yeah. They thought, well, if the house is underwater, a couple $100,000, it was just going to foreclose, right? So they would just go around the neighborhoods and take pictures of houses, like unsolicited.
Yeah.
And so I had a property that happened to, which I still have. I waited it out, and I had it swung around the other way. I went from under 200 to over 200 now. But anyway, she came into my neighborhood and did that. And you know what I did? I said, what are you doing? I said, who are you? I stopped her. I said, who are you? Why are you in our neighborhood? Why are you taking pictures? Who are you? And she smiled like, I'm a real estate agent. I said, honey, I go, this is a gated community where you need a passcode to enter. I said, I don't appreciate you coming in and taking pictures of my house or other people's houses here, and you're not authorized to come here. See, that's the stuff I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to handle that situation right there and right now. I'm not going to call the police, and we'll handle it right now.
I will take care of it right now, and you're getting out because you're a predatory real estate person, and I can tell predatory real estate is. And these people are all over there in touch. She probably got a link inside the county building where they do all the taxes and see who's in foreclosure, who's not in foreclosure.
Right.
They can see that.
Right. Right. And trust me, it wasn't because I've done the same thing with men that were big, strong guys. I've done the same type of thing. Like, who are you? What are you doing here?
Yeah.
And they don't want to come to blows with me because there's going to, I don't give a shit who they are. There's going to be some, there's going to be a problem. So something's going to happen. I don't really care who they are.
Yeah, I get that all the time.
I'm not backing down. They want to take and I always let them take the first shot. But the thing is, like I didn't care who it was. Like, I'm defending my community.
Yeah, I'm defending that's important. I do that all the time. You gotta get this from the kids, like all the time, where they're getting cocky and shit, and they're like, man, and then I'll look at them like, you really want to try this, old man? I'm an old man, but man, I ride a bike every effing day. I haven't drove a car for 5 years, and there's no shortage of food. There's no shortage of me getting out. I ride that bike between 6,000 to 8,000 miles a year.
Yeah.
It's like is this what you want to try? Really? Because
no, that's the way men should be. And men have been programmed not to be that way.
Yeah. Nobody sits around up there anymore. It's like they leave when they see me coming. It's like, no, this guy's a dick about us. It's like, no, I don't want that in my community. And do something about it. That they were strong arming the old people is what they were doing, and I put an end to that. And you can hate me all day long. A lot of people hate me.
yeah, and that's okay. They hate me too. My own family, some parts of my family, they don't like it because I call them out on their bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not that guy that's going to sit around and hear some garbage coming out of somebody's mouth or something. No, I'm going to say something.
That's right. And pick your spots and
and
sometimes you gotta let things go. I guess once in a while you got I'm not gonna nitpick over every little thing, but you know, when situations like that come up, a person's taking a picture of my house, like I don't even know who you are. Like what the fuck is this?
Doing it? You know, what are you doing? And that's just strong male in your neighborhood. You
Yeah.
should act like that. But we can't get together because that scares the heck out of people. When males start getting together, they call that terrorism and stuff.
There was a guy I had a guy once. It was like a right on red type situation, but he didn't see what I saw. You know, I was ahead of him. So there were kids like crossing the street with their mother or whatever, and then I didn't go right. I waited. You know, I waited. I said, you know, I'm just gonna wait till it turns green. I don't want to create any chaos here, you know. And he pulled up on me, and I found out later he was a local police officer. I found out later, and he said something to me. He goes, "What are you doing back there? I'm going to send you to traffic school." I said, "Shut the fuck up, motherfucker." I said, "You couldn't see what I was seeing in front of me. Why don't you shut the fuck up?" I said, and then he's under, you know, he was a cop. I didn't know it, but I go, what? I go, I'll tell you what. I go, you got a problem? You see that park over there? I go, let's pull up. I go, pull over in that park over there. You want to settle this? We can just go right in the park. And he just looked at me. His face turned all red, and it's like, who do you think you are? You're a police officer. You're telling me you're going to send me to traffic school?
Yeah,
that's how they are. That's how they act. These police officers. That's how they act. They act. Yeah. They're above like the law or whatever. He was so fucking embarrassed, Joe. His face turned red. And then I seen him like the reason why I knew he was a cop was I seen him like a few weeks later in a doctor's office, and he was with some inmate or something. He looked at me, and you know, I was a little taller than him, but he was in good shape, you know. And
yeah, that's okay.
But you know, yeah, I'm not gonna like that stuff in my community. Like there's people. I'm not gonna like go right on red when there's kids walking crosswalk and.
Right. Yeah.
That's my community. Like you're messing with. Like you're trying. You know what I'm saying? Like he probably didn't even live in our community. He lived in probably another community.
It's obvious. Did you see the kids walking across?
Right. We didn't see it. I was ahead of him.
Yeah. Well,
I was in front of him.
Yeah. He just wanted. He was just impatient. Man, I get that all the time on my bike when people are.
Yeah.
It's like they don't think I have a right to the road.
Right. Right. I respect pedestrians and bikers like tremendously.
At least like. Man, at least once a week, people come over from the outside of rain and try to make the street before I go by on the left-hand side to making a left turn. And I was like, that drives me nuts. Most of the time I have to, whoa, what the? They don't believe I have a right to my own lane and a right to do that. And it's like these are ignorant people that are, you know, that's the way they treat everybody in life. Them are the people that kick.
That's right. Those are the people that go to church on Sunday. Oh, my sins are forgiven.
Yeah, all my sins are forgiven. I almost ran this. Yeah, they're going like I almost ran this guy over, and then the priest will go, "You're forgiven. Do it again next week."
yeah. As long as you put money into that plate, and then we don't pay taxes on the money you're taxed on.
I mean, I've had to get so aggressive with my bike riding now. It's like I will just. I mean. I am so aggressive on that. I mean,
well, look at Sean Bradley. Remember him, an NBA player? He got paralyzed. He got hit. He was guys. And I told my buddy about it. And he said something pretty astute. He goes, "How could you miss a guy that's 7'6" riding a bike?"
Yeah, how can you miss that? Like, yeah, it's like you can't miss me riding my bike. And
6 foot paralyzed.
You're not paying attention.
Sean Bradley paralyzed.
But man, I will just run a red light. I will go right through. I'm super aggressive. I will jump over a curb, I'll take that jump and go over it to avoid cars. I don't care. I'll go on the sidewalk. I'll go through parking lots. I just avoid traffic at all costs. I see it coming. I'll try to avoid them because, I'm doing what I love to do. And most of the time I'm just out there having fun. And, I'm jumping on curbs and, just coming off of them, pedaling around, waving to people. But it is dangerous out there because you have, I don't even know what you call these people. They're so wrapped up in their own world. They can't, and they get in accidents. They drive like nuts. They go too fast in the neighborhood. And it's like, Jesus,
They're programmed like to just, I don't know, I see it all the time on the crosswalks too at the park I go to.
Crosswalks. And
Erie Canal Park. And because Erie Canal Park connects a lot of roads. And they just zip right through it. They zip right through the crosswalk.
right up by the school, up this around the corner. There's two signs in front of the crosswalks where I go across, and it says "Stop for pedestrians." And there's no stoplight there, but the sign is and you're in a school zone, so you see them two yellow lines that go across. If someone's going across there, you stop your car, and these people will just go right through it, and then it's like, wow.
Yeah, they just don't get it.
It's like, and it's big car, I used to call this. I used to drive around in this little Avio, and then it was so shocking. It's like people have that big car masculinity, and they would start yelling and shit, and like, get out of my way and stuff. And then I would get out of the little Avio. It's like big guy in a little car.
Yeah, I had that happen a couple of times. Well, I remember once I was taking a left on a road, and
talk about it.
He was beeping this fucking horn, Joe, for like a good minute or two. And I got out of the car. I was like 25 years old. I was a kid, but I was, you should see his eyes bulge out of his head when he saw how big I was. And I was in really good shape back then. I was like 240. Like,
yeah, I did that once.
I was like built,
back when I was like 39 or something. Right after my divorce, I was seeing a lot of girls and stuff, and I was driving this girl home, and that was a big guy, little car. That's when I did own the Avio, and these kids, they were driving around on Friday night drunk in a truck and throwing beer cans out, and they zipped by me and yelled something. And it's like, okay. And the next thing, they're stuck at a red light, and I pulled up and I got out of the car, and they jumped out, and I jumped out, and they jumped back in and ran the red light and took off. And this girl, she was like, "You scared them. You should have did that."
Well, now I just let people go. I just pull over. If someone's tailgating me, I just pull over. I'm old. I'm too old now. I don't want
to. Too old now to do that anymore. I got a big stick I carry on my bike. I got spray and a big knife in my. I don't screw around anymore. I got brass knuckles in this pocket and the spray in the other pocket.
But if they come in our neighborhood and like my tenant called me a couple of years ago. He's like, hey, he lived in the house for like 7-8 years. This is like the third or fourth year he was in there. He said, hey, there was some partying going on across the street in a parking lot right across the street from the house, like it was like an office building.
Yeah.
I said, why are you calling me, man? Why don't you go over there?
Go over there.
Go over there. Get like a 2x4. Just carry it. Don't threaten me. Yeah. Just go say, hey, what's going on, guys? We're trying to get some sleep. It was like a weeknight. It was like 10 o'clock on a weeknight. Like, believe me, if that's going on, if that's me, that's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to call the police. I'm going to say, hey, what do you guys? Don't you guys have a better place to party? This is a private property here. I'm just going to make a comment like that, and then if they get, we'll see how it goes from there. Most of the time, they're just going to back off and go somewhere else. But why is he calling me? It goes to show how they're programming these men to just
they're gonna beat me up. No, they're not.
Yeah. They're not gonna do nothing. They're not gonna do nothing. They're all high and drunk and stupid.
They're just acting stupid.
I always revert. It's funny. I always revert to like I play a lot of sports in school and football or whatever. And there was honestly, I grew up in a pretty tough neighborhood, but we had probably about 3 really tough kids in the whole team out of 50. That were really tough. You don't want to fight with them. You don't want to mess with them because they're gonna just go at it. And the rest of the 47, I'm not saying they were wimps, but they were just guys that weren't really, So most of the population is not really. They're not geared towards that. They don't know how to handle themselves. Right. So you shouldn't be walking in fear or worrying about guys like Steve Hoker or Chris.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, guys like that are, they're like shit.
Don't worry about it. Them guys jumping out of the bush with a knife.
Right. Yeah, like you said, fearful. They're the fearful ones that are going to make fearful. Yeah. They're going to make decisions that are really, odd and. But the toughest guy I know, he's nicest guy you're ever gonna meet.
Yeah, most the alphas, they're really nice guys in the world. Most of the time, alphas are. They're the assistant community. They're here to protect the TFLs and the TFLers. They don't want nothing but the best for them.
Right.
And that's just ingrained in our psyche as men. I mean, we're pack animals. We're herding the herding culture. We want our community to be calm.
Right. I could tell looking back and just reflecting like how much they gave me a lot of respect, growing up, and because of my aggression, being like a aggressive
Yeah, you got
player.
to be aggressive, male. Oh,
Yeah. Like, I'm talking about sports. I wasn't, out for the field. I wasn't crazy. They used to call me Clark Kent. I was like Clark Kent.
yeah.
They used to call me
You look like Clark Kent.
yeah, because when I get on the field, I would just act like a freaking nut.
Yeah. No, you have to. That's the problem now. That's what I talk about with the mountain biking, like the aggressiveness. And I showed you that clip of those kids in Canada, how aggressive they were. It's like kids are going to succeed.
Right. They're not afraid of taking chances, and
they're not afraid of taking chances. I mean,
no. Like, people think I'm crazy for wanting to live in like a big city and selling a bit. I'm like, what are you, nuts? I said, I'm built for that. That's where I'm supposed to be. I'm not supposed to be in a smaller town, really. I'm supposed to be and I've lived in the big cities and done well, and I've been successful.
Yeah, that's my goal this year. I got to put more towards my goal, because the old people around here are assholes and they won't permit the mountain biking. And we got one of the greatest places. We got a gully that goes down to the river, and there's like probably you could put in 200 little mini courses for mountain biking. And there's one spot that actually goes about 2 miles. You could put a nice world class track in there, and no one would ever see it. It's just gorgeous too. You know what I did the other day? I wanted to do a video, so I went down to the park and I was I had my GoPro, and I took pictures of everything and I hit it. And then, but you know what happened?
No.
I pedaled 12 miles to the next city over and 12 miles back. And then I looked, and then I was talking and showing all the scenery, because we do have a beautiful park. It's just some places are just overly gorgeous. And then I realized that I had no space on it, and it's cut off.
Yeah. Wow.
I forgot to erase all the old video on it.
Yeah.
Oh, what a moron. You're such a moron. So that was a 24-mile ride. And I was sore when I got back too. It was 24 miles for nothing.
Wow, that's a incredible ride. Most I've gone is probably 20.
20 is good. 20 is
in a day. Yeah.
I told you my new battery I bought.
Oh yeah. You tell me about it. Yeah.
Yeah, 30,000 AU. I'm gonna get it's supposed to be like it's supposed to run for 300 hours. 5 amps for 300 hours. So it should give me, with my weight and my everything, 15 hours of solid running.
Wow.
15 hours, man. That's 3 times as much as I'm getting now.
Wow.
It was a good price too. It's like I just have to wait for it. I ordered it from China.
Oh, nice. It's good. It's good to get out. I didn't get out. I haven't. My foot is still recouping a little bit.
Yeah, that sucks. So you can't get on the pedal.
No, I think I can though. I think it's probably not going to be as bad, right, as walking.
Yeah. Did you try like getting some softer, like grippy pedals where it'll keep your feet in?
Yeah, I gotta try it. I gotta get out there. It is fun, but I was doing. I think that's why I screwed up my back. I was doing it too much. I was doing
too much,
40, 50 miles a week,
yeah,
which is not a lot for you, but that's a lot for me. Like I think that's why I screwed up my back.
Yeah, I've been thinking about putting a back belt on while I do it. I'm gonna change the seat. I've been noticing lately my seat's getting too hard, and I got to change. I wanted to put one of those spring seats on with the actual springs underneath to make it just a little more comfortable too. And so it's these little things you do with your bike. It's just you get your basic bike, and then you start changing every little part little by little, and then it's like, oh man, I got like $3,000 into that thing now.
Yeah.
You got a nice bike. I'm kind of jealous. You got that stump, the stump,
rock hopper, whatever it's called.
Oh, you got the rock hopper, the specialized rock hopper.
Yeah. No, it's a good bike. I like it. It's got the tires are kind of thin, and
yeah. You got to get some better tires on there. And I was thinking, man, I so wish I could buy some carbon rims for at least for the rear on my bike.
Yeah.
But they're like $200 a piece, and I can't justify that right now with no work, Corona and stuff.
I know it's terrible. This Corona. It's just. I mean, I can't believe it's been a full year.
Yeah, it's been a whole year, and
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. It's. I got a call for a job doing inside sales. I'm like, I don't want to do inside sales. That's like whatever.
inside sales, that's just calling people.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. They're gonna micromanage. Forget it. I said, forget it.
Or you can be in an office.
Yeah, you're in the office making calls and you get hung up on all the time. Forget
Yeah.
it. I'm
If
not.
it was more like a steel company, or like someone that was selling washers or stamping items, that wouldn't be too bad. But most inside sale jobs are just like call and irritate people.
Yeah, yeah. There's no right. There's no professionalism there. There's
There's no professionalism there,
I mean, I can understand maybe to get started. Like that's a good job if you're in college, maybe, or if you're getting started. But I got 20 years experience. It's like, come on. Yeah. I love these people that try to downgrade my experience. I just kind of, I'm at the point now. I'm going to just start hanging up the phone on them.
It's probably going to be big coming up soon. I kind of spotted a little investment thing, but it's going to call us for a tool salesman.
Yeah, that's a good one.
For tool and die and tooling for tooling for shops and stuff like that. You can I think that's really going to pick up. If you have any experience in tooling, you might want to like drift that way, and that's always a good job. Medical stuff like you do too, the medical sales.
Yeah.
Always good.
Yeah. These corporations they're micromanaging more and more, and so they you have to find a company that's managed properly. Like it's hard to find these companies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you got to find the right boss. I mean, that's hard nowadays.
Yeah. They put pressure on everybody, and they're hiring a lot of these younger people that have very little managerial experience, if any, and they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But you just got to kind of just keep your options open and keep looking. But I think this Corona thing should end pretty soon. Texas kind of opened up things.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. I think they're going to make it into what is it? It's like there's always going to be a new variant, and that's so the old shot, it won't be good. You got to get the new shot, and it becomes what do they call that when it's always out of date, and you got to get the new one.
Yeah, obsolete or something.
Yeah, planned obsolescence. I think they're going to be for years. We're going to have to deal with coronavirus planned obsolescence.
Yeah, I'm not taking anything.
So they can keep selling, virus, stuff until they get it right.
I feel bad enough taking Advil for my foot.
Yeah.
It tastes like Skittles, though. Did you ever try those Advils, like coated Advils?
Coated Advil, like gummy bear Advil. That's not a good idea.
Those can't be good for you.
No, they can't be. I try to stay away from. I do the Advil nighttime, but I don't do the ibuprofen anymore because of this, the stuff it does to your stomach.
Yeah,
it's just horrible. If you're worried about, if you're eating a lot of ibuprofens and you got stomach cramps, it's like stop eating the ibuprofens.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Too much medication is never good. I
tell you, I started one of the keto things this week.
No, how's that going?
I've noticed with the BHP in there and everything. I don't know what they put in those, the magnesium salts and the BHP and the several. About on the fourth day, I noticed I lose a lot more water, so there's an obvious look of me losing weight. But on the fourth day, I burped and a cloud came out. It was like, and it was like the pill. I was like, "Ooh, can this be good for me?"
Wow.
I was like, "Oh." And it was like, oh, Jesus. But I don't know, maybe that's part of it. And I had just taken the pill too. It was like, and I drank some water, and then I was like, going to sit down and watch a movie or something. And I went, and I was like, oh, geez, what was so? And it smelled horrible. Whatever is in those pills. I'll do it for a little while, and I'm gonna give it 30 days. I got 260 pills, so it's 30, probably 90 days. So 60 days, probably 60 days worth.
Yeah.
But they suggested start just doing the Atkins, so I was just gonna start eating meat. And
Yeah. No, I think it's good. I think meat's good. You gotta, try to eat it as rare as you can.
I do like my spaghetti too. I was like, God, I love spaghetti.
Yeah.
Well, you do too. It's like, God, I love spaghetti.
Yeah. I've been cutting down on it though. I feel I have more energy not eating the carbs.
Because I'm really good at my age. You should be really good at a good marinara sauce by this time in your life. And
Yeah, meatballs and marinara.
oh God, yeah, that's
Maybe once a week. I was eating it like every.
yeah. I'm gonna try to cut down once a
every
week
day.
and just do the meat. Maybe I'll plan like an Italian, either chicken parmesan with some noodles or something like that. Because I do like how I do it good. I make a really good sauce.
I've been eating a lot of cheeses lately, like aged cheddar.
Oh yeah, you said you went into a town somewhere, or you went and you found a place to get really good cheese.
No, it was just a local store. Yeah, but there is a town that has raw milk. They're gonna have it ready in April. But yeah, I'm sure they'll have cheeses there too, like raw milk cheeses.
Yeah, my son just started. He's working now in one of these little Amish towns in Ohio, and he can get all the like smoked cheeses and stuff like that from the Amish people. It's a what is that called? Middleburg or something, not Middleburg, Middle something in Ohio, where it's just a large Amish community. And and he's like, oh, I could tell him, like, next time you come over, stop and I'll give you the money. Just go in the cheese store and pick me up. Like, I want the smoked Swiss that they make. I want some cheddar. I want it to be aged.
I love the aged cheddar. It tastes so good.
Yeah.
I think it's good for you too. I think it's the more aged, the better.
Yeah, and if they got any pecorino in there, give me some pecorino.
Yeah. I can eat that every day. Aged cheddar. I think I can eat it every day.
I got all the stuff to make my own cheese. I was going to try that this year, but I on my bike carrying 2 gallons of milk home. It's like,
yeah.
I have to get someone to drive me up to a farmer's market or something where I can get some good milk, and then it's like I can get like 6 gallons and just do it all at once. But I bought all the stuff for cheese making. I wanted to try that.
Oh yeah, that's I think that's a really good thing if you could do it.
Yeah. I bought the goat amylase, which would make it like a sharp cheese, because I like the sharp flavors.
It's got a lot of good flavor. It just tastes great.
Yeah, it was hard finding goat amylase. It was like,
Yeah.
I can make the feta. You know what I really want? You can make feta in like a couple hours in your house. And the goat amylase is really good for feta cheese. And if you can get goat milk too, and then you put that on your salad. And
I haven't been eating salads lately either. I don't know. I'm getting away from all these fruits and vegetables and salad. I don't know. It's just
yeah, it's good. I like a good chicken salad once in a while with some like some feta cheese on it and some chicken fry. If you fry your chicken strips and put it on there, and some Caesar dressing, just keep it light.
Yeah,
that's delicious. It's just delicious too.
I miss my pizza though, man. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, I didn't do no pizza this month. It's like I usually buy a pizza at the beginning of the month, and I'd buy a large pizza. We got a great pizza shop up. They still use a stone oven with the coal, and then I get one, and I'll eat 2 pieces, and then I'll freeze in the bags like 2 pieces, 2 pieces, 2 pieces, and 2 pieces, and then like that way I have a pizza for the rest of the month when I want it. But I didn't do that this month.
Yeah, pizza's great.
I'm not going to sit there and eat a whole large pizza myself. That's crazy. I like 2 pieces.
Yeah, I had to stop doing that when I had my foot problem, and you know, and well, I had like diabetes for like and then it went away. It's pretty much went away. Yeah, my blood sugar readings are. I mean, I had it as low as 116. I mean, that's really good. I mean,
you got a portion of gout with that foot problem?
no, it's just a nerve from my
Just
back. Yeah, it was from the back. It's from the back from the bike riding.
okay, the nerve
Yeah.
right down your foot.
Minor nerve damage from the bike. It had to be. What else would it be? Because I just started riding the bike a lot more. So
yeah.
the doctors don't know. The doctors are they're idiots for the most part. They think
you figure it out yourself pretty much. And
yeah, it has to be. Well, I know I had never had health problems my whole life. So all of a sudden I have a back strain. It's a bike riding. It's obvious.
Yeah, now I do. I bruise the inside of my. I always bruise the inside of my heel on the bike with the nice pedals. I buy the better pedals they kind of grip. Well, I always come down on this leg when after I jump, and I come down, and it just pushes right up and then re-bruises it all the time.
Yeah. But it's gonna be a good spring, man. It's a good time of the year because 6 to 8 months of really good weather.
Yeah.
And so
I'm dying to see, like, after a few hot days and getting out there and pedaling all day, I'm dying to see what my actual weight is. Not northern weight, but the actual weight.
Yeah.
Is we hold water in the winter, and you stress and all those things that for like carrying a little more weight than you should, and when summer comes around, you should drop 20 pounds if you're a northern person.
Yeah. It's just fun. It's just good that there's more sunlight, obviously.
Oh yeah, that'll be great.
And all that.
I was sitting in the parking lot today. I went up to the Save-A-Lot to get I can't remember what I bought. Cream for my coffee, and it's a pretty big parking lot. It used to be. It's like an abandoned old mall that they tore down. So we got this huge section before you get to the Save-A-Lot, and all the seagulls like land there, and they're always facing the south. The seagulls will just sit there and just look. And then I was like, what the fuck's that all about? So one day I stopped, and then I was just sitting there, and I was like, oh, this is kind of nice. So the seagulls actually taught me something. The sun was shining. There was a light breeze coming through. And I was like, you guys are onto something here.
Yeah.
So I sit right in the middle of the parking lot, and it's like, I was just up there just soaking in that sun today. It was so beautiful. It was like nice.
It's great. And vitamin D. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. It's natural. Like the sun is most powerful thing in the universe, pretty much. Like our universe, at least.
Yeah. It's the reason why everything exists on this planet the way it does.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the sun. The sun. That's what these. I don't know. I sent you that link with the. With guys talking about religion, but that's pretty much what people that follow religion, they're just worshiping. It's just sun worship. That's all it is.
Sun worship, yeah. They don't know better,
Yeah, they don't know any better. Like they don't. Okay, well, you go to church on a Sunday, and and it's the Son of Man, God, and all this kind of stuff. And
yeah, I was just going over. I can't remember who I was watching. It was what philosophy it was, and they're going over that. People believe in religion, and it goes back to the worship of the sun and this and that, and it's the same thing. And or fear is always the fear of dying, the fear of what happens to us after we die.
Right. And like you said, I thought you came up with the best explanation. One of the best I've heard is, well, you were okay before you were born. Yeah. So
was there anything wrong before you were born?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't remember that. That didn't seem too bad.
Yeah. And then, they want us afraid of death, and, at least you're not going to have any more bills to pay. So that's good.
Yeah, you're not going to, everything's going to be kind of easy. And, I was going to bring this subject up with you. It's not like if people believe in God, I don't really care and everything. And I'm not really mad at a God figure, or or I'm not complaining with a God figure or something like that. You know what I hate? I hate his followers.
Yeah.
Because followers are real assholes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd be I'd be so totally cool on board with a God figure. If his assholes weren't such, if his followers weren't such assholes.
Yeah. They're fake. They're fake.
And,
They're fake.
and you
And
know,
they're trying to get your money.
it's like if I was going to talk to him, it's like, why are your followers such assholes?
Yeah. They're just trying to get your money, and they want to save you from the fears that they gave you.
Yes, they
That's
do
what.
want to save you from everything that they fear. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah. And they make up the story about this devil, and if the devil ever came to my house, I'd just freaking punch him in the mouth. You know, he's like, there's no devil. There is no devil. So it doesn't matter. It's a mute point. Like, there's no.
oh, if you believe in that, they got you coming and going. If you believe in that, they
Right.
got you to believe in this other thing. And I
Right.
don't want to even really go into it anymore with these people. I'm just going to say that's my take on it. It's like I don't believe. It's not that I don't believe in some magical, mystical entity or something. I can't tell either way or anything, so I can't disbelieve and I can't believe totally.
Yeah.
But what it really bothers me is you, his followers, don't talk to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's going to be my take on it for now on. I think that's a reasonable take.
Well, it's like I don't know. 20 years ago, I joined this church, and 21 years ago, I don't know, I gave them like 10% of my pay, whatever, like a freaking idiot. And
Yeah.
boy, when I was running bad and I got downside, well, I could have used that money. I could use that money back, but boy, if I ever asked them for that money back, you think they give it back to me?
Oh, if you ever needed it, that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to.
Right. That's what they're supposed to do.
Community needs to come up, and people in the community have needs or fall into situations that may need some help. But I don't really think they do that much anymore. Uh, well, there used to be, you know how food stamps started, don't you? Did we go over this once?
No. Well, no.
Well, there used to not be food stamps, and there used to be what was called the Methodist Fund, and that's the Christians and the Methodists all chipped in, and they had large food banks in cities and everything. But there was such an abundance of money in that they didn't know what to do with it, so they handed it over to the government, and it started the food stamp program to feed that way, and that was a good program, but it was 100% funded by the Methodists, and that was a good program. And then our government, well, they did what they do. They took all the money, abused it, and gave it to themselves. And then now we have the programs that we have now, but which should still be running. If the thing was, if they would have did what was right with the Methodist Fund, that it would have still been running nowadays, like a Social Security program, and it should be generating and making money.
Mm-hmm.
But no, our government screwed that one up too, and that's
yeah.
If anybody says that, like, oh, the government does, no, that was originally the Methodists and the Christians, and that's where your food stamps come from. And the hypocrisy is sometimes I hear these Christians and Methodists are anti-health and human services and are anti-welfare, and I was like, don't you know you guys are the people that started it?
Yeah.
You idiots. And it's like, shut up. I just want to tell people to shut up.
Well, that goes to my theory that the government just they don't want people to have any fun. They don't want you to enjoy your life.
No, they don't want you to be free. They don't want you to be autonomous, because your autonomy and your individuality leads to, a group that's solid, and they don't want men questioning what they do, because, man, they got it easy now, don't they? They just steal money from you. They take your taxes on houses that are already paid for. They tax your labor, and they don't have to. That's just so they can pay themselves. That's a good deal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's what we have to end. And that goes down to my social program of get rid of marriage, get rid of divorce. We can digitalize the welfare system. Men stop being jealous and stop being hateful and stop being, look deep at you. If we could teach men how to just go with that, and we could do anything they want. It's their body, their choice, but they no longer get a slave.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that would cut taxes by 2/3.
Mhm.
And the men do what they do, go to work, and enjoy the strippers. That's what they're out there for. Who doesn't love a good stripper? I mean,
Well, that was fun when I was in my late teens and early 20s, and then it got old after that. I guess.
yeah, yeah. I'm just joking. A matter of
No,
fact.
I
No,
just
but in that system, men have to lose their jealousy. They have to lose the idea of monogamy, and they just go full boat with the baby mama system. And
what's the best stripper name you've ever heard?
oh, what was that? I
Famous.
can't. My
Desire.
Yeah. There's always the Candice or the Candy, and then there was like
Yeah.
Candy Apple or Candy, and then there's always Tiffany,
Those are Monique. Monique.
Monique, and I knew a Monique Swipper. Yeah, she was a friend of Candy's. And
Yeah.
yeah, I can't remember what Michelle's stripper name was. She told me once, but she didn't want to talk about it. It's like,
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Stripper names. Yeah, that's a good topic for the next show. For 2 hours.
No, but men need to get over men need to get over that monogamy thing, and just
Oh yeah.
let's do this thing right and take it out of the hands of the government. We have social structures set up. There's ways to reduce the cost of that, where we can cut our taxes and we can all get what we want. And
Yeah.
the first thing is just you got to get rid of health and human services the way it is now. You got to get rid of the divorce courts. You got to get rid of the marriage. You got to get rid of there's no longer marriage. And that Dr. Grande, that guy that's always on the top of our feeds.
Yeah. What's up with that guy?
Yeah, that guy. I figured out that he's a Christian. He graduated from Regent College.
Oh, Regent College in Virginia.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Pat Robertson College. That's a fake.
Yeah. I know somebody that went there who's a really good guy, but yeah, that's definitely a weird.
Yeah, so
It's not academically I don't think it's academically very good.
no, they're not academic. It was just to push the Christian and they give them out
Right.
free PhDs.
Right.
He went to Excelsior in your neighborhood too.
Which is that's considered worse than a community college.
Yeah, that's the Christian college. So he went to 2 Christian colleges, and now he's attacking mgtow.
Yeah.
So now does it make sense to these guys why he's attacking mgtow?
Yeah, he's attacking us. Yeah, exactly. And all he talks about is sex.
Yeah, all he talks about is sex. And behind that
weirdo.
Looking at his degree, he doesn't have no more degrees than I have, and
No.
he's not much more. He's a certified counselor for drug and so he should know these things about how sex is addictive and how about those things. But he's just I went through his 2 books, and they were bizarre. They were just bizarrely written moral fables that were novels and they were fantasy fiction novels, and they had nothing to do with his actual degree in science.
Yeah.
What a clown that guy is. And
total clown. He almost looks like a female.
Yeah, he does almost look like a female. That's the guy.
Yeah, he doesn't look right. There's something wrong with his face, and he has a
Right.
receding hairline. He's probably not even 40.
Oh, he's definitely a devout Christian or
Getting no nutrition. He doesn't look very robust or very healthy.
no. I mean, that's the guy we need to get out. That is the entryism I talk about, the Christian entryism, which they want to destroy mgtow is what they want. And
Right. He's flat out attack. Right. He's calling mgtow mental illness. That's what he's making those connections, false connections.
If he does it, I'm gonna start a whole thing on Tuesdays or something where I'm gonna buy his book and I'm gonna go through it page by page and point out every mistake he makes.
Yeah.
There's probably a ton of them. I'll point out every fallacy, and that's what I do. I do that very good. I did that for the Army. I do logic very well. Literature logic, I do really well. I can point out every fallacy. I'm going to do that to him if he doesn't start and make an ass out of him.
Yeah. Wow, what a piece of work, huh? Yeah. What else was he talking about? I'm trying to think about stuff that I listened to. I just couldn't really take. I listened to about 10,
What
15.
they're doing, they're running ads against his videos, and that's placing him on top of the feed. And the Christian University, probably the Pat Robertson University, or
Yeah.
the national. He works for the national something. I can't remember what it is, but it's a Christian organization full of all these Christians, and they're just funding the entryism into mgtow, and they're running ads so he gets the top placement.
He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, if not over $1 billion. Pat Robertson.
Yeah, Pat Robertson with that Robertson University, which is
Yeah.
a sham.
Wow, what a piece of work he is, man. He's a real piece of work. Yeah, he's a.
Yeah, now that's if MGTOWs want to go after one of those, go after Pat Robertson University, Regent University, and tell them, hey, this is why we're here now. When they start complaining about us showing up everywhere, calling them asses, which okay, you guys attacked us, you funded this clown,
Yeah.
and start making fun of those guys because it's just there's no reason to come after MGTOW. We're men going our own way. We're a gender group. We have the right to our opinion. Going after us like that is against community violation. It's a community violation. The same thing they accuse us of. It's a community violation, and he shouldn't be saying that.
Mm-hmm.
What a jackass that guy is. It's
Yeah,
like
he's terrible.
some of his he's supposed to be able to. That's why I've ordered this new book so I can kind of see where he's coming from. But no, I'm gonna go after that clown, and every MGTOW should get rid of that guy, and we don't need clowns like that in MGTOW.
No, you're right. He came up. I typed in randomly. Like I saw before you sent me the video. He came up too when I typed in mgtow, and he's like the first video that came up.
Yeah, we've been giving them. We no one's been really saying either. You're giving them any grief about it, but if the full group attacks Regent College and him, we have a huge hammer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was talking about. Well, he was talking about marriage. He was trying to give incentives to get married.
Yeah, it's always about getting married,
Yeah,
being one with Jesus, and
yeah,
it's like the clown world.
He never existed. I mean, that guy never existed. I don't even want to say his name anymore. Never.
No, don't even give it credence, because that's what you start doing apologetics. It becomes about that.
Right. Right. Did he exist or didn't he? Who cares? He didn't exist. It's so obvious he didn't exist.
Who cares? Yeah.
Who cares exactly? But these people haven't done the research.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a piece of work. He's a trad cuck, typical trad cuck religious guy, and
yeah, they got a lot of money, so they're obviously. I don't care if they come after me. They'll do what they do, and censor me and everything. I don't care. I'll just turn it on harder.
Yeah.
I haven't been in a good fight for a while, have I?
I don't know. Well, they consider what's his name? I don't go after low hanging fruit.
Low hanging fruit.
Why are you making a video then?
Yeah.
the one guy that we.
Yeah, because I have a special way of getting under some people's skin.
Yes, I don't usually go after it.
I know just how to get under. Don't tell me what you are. And Grande's told me everything about how to get underneath his skin if I really wanted to.
Yeah. Well, he reminds me of that guy. What was that one guy that was doing the Prager University?
That clown from Prager. Them clowns.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Yeah, those guys were pushing the whole Trumpism and the white nationalism, and they're trying to. We're not connected with that. No, you're totally connected with that, and the white Christianity and the.
Yeah.
It's like, no, those guys, and they have a university too. That you could probably get a PhD there if you just repeat the corporate line.
Yeah.
To get a PhD at a place like that, you just loyalty is seen as the biggest thing. You just be loyal.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad that the people stay into that. I mean, I was kind of I was into it 20 years ago. Then I was like 1 foot in, 1 foot out into my late or early, yeah, late 20s, early 30s, and wasn't really following it much. And then I made the full breakaway. Finally, I realized it was all a scam. To me,
Now, MGTOW,
years ago, it took me too long.
Marcus had a great idea that we just start our own university, MGTOW University, and start giving out, PhDs in philosophy. And
Yeah, yeah,
I think we have enough smart guys around that we could actually run the courses through.
yeah, yeah.
And then we self qualify. We'll start a group, and the group will be just the guys like us. And then oh yes, we agree with this program. That's all they do, anyways. They
Yeah, and then
There's no one subjectively looking at their programs. They're just agreeing with it and taking money.
with special guest Chris Cantu on what not to do.
Into and how we could have a Mike and how not to do MGTOW with Mike, the only MGTOW failure.
That's a one case study. The only guy that ever failed.
The only guy that ever failed in MGTOW. Yeah. It's like, I guess there's probably been others, but he was just so obviously a crackhead and I don't know how people couldn't see that. I spotted that right away.
Yeah.
I think I told you guys that guy's a crackhead. Though. Can't you see that?
Yeah, I don't know. No direction.
Oh, look, Carly's in her house. I haven't seen Carly.
She's a psychopathic chick, right? It was.
Yeah, Carly Ellison. She likes hanging around. I don't know. I think it's a dude. I'm not really sure.
It's probably a dude. Yeah, women can. I mean,
it's probably it's okay. I don't mind her. She's
whatever. She's a psychopath.
Whatever it is, and
psychopathic chat person.
Yeah,
tries to bully the chat. She tries to bully the chat room.
She tries to bully the chat.
But she'll never come on like your show on Friday Night Fight Club and ever defend herself.
Yeah, she can come on if she wants.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on if you're so smart, and let's see what you have to say.
I asked her on a couple times, and she just didn't. Now that one girl,
she's a keyboard warrior.
Yeah, something mother. She had the ball to come on.
Yeah, she'd be me and you would be getting the meat for her while she'd be sitting on her computer in the tent, like with her computer, typing away while we're getting the food and doing the real work. I don't even listen. I don't even look at the chat when we're talking because
you know what? It goes back to my what really pissed the English guy off is like when I stopped modding, and there's a really good reason why I stopped modding the chat is because when the guys in the chat you run up against these people, you should confront them in a reasonable, honest way, and it teaches you how to deal with that stuff. And that's what I always thought. Instead of just kicking somebody off, I was like, no, this teaches people and you could see how to deal with in these individual problems.
Yeah, I think you had the right idea.
So don't mod it. It just makes it dishonest, and it's
I think you're right. I think just let the comments flow, and
let the comments flow, and
right.
The guys that are in it, heat it up, man. If you don't
crazy Carly wants to act like she's Queen Latifah, then hey, that's fine. Whatever.
Heat it up, So I don't mod the chats. I don't care who comes in because we get a lot of. I got one guy. That one guy, the only thing that they could do wrong is when they do the multiple posts.
Yeah.
If you're multiple posting, I'll kick you out because that's just unfair.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that really bothers me because that's bullying the chat, and you can't do that. It's like if you have an argument, we always want to hear the arguments because we can confront the arguments and we can critically look at the arguments and see if we're right or not. And that's all I want in life. is to be right and to be right about my philosophy. And if somebody has a criticism to it, that's what I want. I want people to come around and criticize and
Yeah.
be honest about it. And when if you lose, you lose. And I've never had an argument with someone about mgtow and thought that I didn't have the correct answers for. Oh, you're not
Yeah.
a problem, Curly.
Yeah, I could care less. I really could care less about her, and she's just really obnoxious. Like,
Yeah,
no social skills, just this awkward, like, pimple face little, whatever.
You can't say that. It's like probably a normal person. It's like, where's Howard? Charlie, where's Howard Dare?
Yeah, it's Howard Dare's biking buddy. They go biking on Sundays together. She's kind of nasty, but Joe, she's really nasty in the chat, man.
Yeah, she was used to tear it up on Howard Dare's. It's like,
yeah, I just don't like her, and whatever. I mean, I like everybody, but
even she said that Howard Dare was a scam artist.
And she would say it. Oh, she would say it? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, she would say
she got one thing right. One thing right out of 1,000 things. It's okay. Good for her.
I mean, if one thing, they know who's mgtow and who's not mgtow, and that was obvious that Howard Dare was a mgtow.
Yeah, but that's how I get my power back. Is I don't even read the chat. I'm just talking to you. I don't even care. I'm not gonna worry about comments or because that's a kind of a sign. I guess that's a lot of ways. That's a kind of a good thing. If everybody likes you, then it's really almost like you're not really living. You're not really defending. It's like, I mean, you want to get along with everybody and be nice and respectful to everybody, but when you have there's certain opinions are not popular. Like my aunt used to call me a male chauvinist like 20 years ago. That was like, I look back, that was the greatest compliment I could have ever gotten.
Yeah,
because she was like this. She thought all men were whatever, right? She didn't respect men, and I made a couple, whatever.
Oh, it's
not being a male chauvinist. Just because I'm a confident man doesn't make me a male chauvinist.
Yeah. Oh, they do the narcissism thing where they equate male ego and male confidence with narcissism, and I think narcissism. We're confident because we're large, we're able to do things, we're smart, and that's not narcissism. That's just confidence in my ability in life.
That's right. That's right, and that's how we should be. We don't have to be obnoxious. Like Carly. Sorry, all right, I won't make fun of it.
No, don't give her no attention. She loves Howard.
Howard Dare. I'm married and I have 3 kids, but I'm here to talk about mgtow.
Thanks for slopping by the Patreon and hit the Patreon and low bar.
And then you got the other guy, and where does he live? In Cambodia or Thailand? Where does values live? Cambodia or
oh yeah, he lives in he's very lovely where he's at. He's married and he lives in I can't remember where it was at. He never really tells you.
I mean,
dox him.
He's a smart guy and he's a fun guy, engaging guy. But you should, can't you think of another show besides mgtow? Like, you're not a mgtow, so maybe you can come up with a different show idea. Yeah,
I always figured that like he was sort of out of his realm, and
just awkward.
Yeah, it's just kind of awkward a little bit, and
it's like us doing a show on marriage. We're like, what's it like? Oh, let's support marriage. And we're come on.
Yeah, we're mgtows.
Yeah, makes no sense.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Absurd. We go and become the marriage experts. That's what I should start doing, shows on marriage.
Yeah,
so I could be Joe, life coach, marriage expert.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's That's I could tell like the mayor of mgtow. I could tell right away he was a fraud. I could just tell because I've been in sales a long time. You could just tell these guys like he's one of these fake he probably sells like number 2 pencils or something. That's his intelligence level. Yeah, that's his intelligence.
Oh yeah, we used to make fun of that. The paper store.
Yeah, or he's one of these. Yeah, or he's one of these real estate agents that scams his own clients and just has no clue what he's doing. And you get a lot of that in the West Coast. Everyone wants to sell real estate. They're going to make all this money selling real estate, and
West Coast real estate is big bucks too. So
it's
just a lot of money, and them are the reasons why mgtow is waning now, because thieves and
Yeah. Yeah.
okay, see how it went, mgtow. Even the MRA had to go where the girls stole everything, and we have to be. Why are we like we are? Well, that's a good reason why we are, because the simps and the girls would steal everything every time we start building something.
That's right. We gotta stay away from them, and always tell them you're broke, even if you have money, and
Yeah.
you always want to. I don't. Yeah. So that's the best way to. I don't drive fancy cars, or I drive all used cars. I pay for them, and I don't have a car payment. And I drive nice cars, but they're not brand new. They're not like these, latest, edition. Like you don't want like peacocking. The RP talks about that a lot. Peacocking. You don't want to be that. Don't be a peacock. Don't be that. Don't be that idiot.
Yeah,
Mgtow's a classic peacocker, right? He's a classic guy. That's a big peacock. You're not going to learn anything from people like that. You're just not. They're just not going to. But those are decisions you got to make in life, right? Just there's certain people you just got to get away from. You're not obligated to return everyone's phone call.
Right. I'll make my own friends and everything.
Yeah, like you were saying before, you used to answer the phone all the time. And what do you need? What do you need?
What do you need? Man, I got so sick of that.
Yeah, we don't do those things anymore because we know that they're just taking advantage of our utility.
Yeah, I mean, someone as super pretty as I am just should be higher in life, and
yeah. It's like, well, again, I think they know that we're like kind of these badass guys that can accomplish anything, and they lean on us. They're always leaning on us for help.
Yeah. I just don't want to be a slave, and that's a big thing in my life. Is I reject American slavery culture.
Yeah, that's right. And a corporation. That's why I always try to tell these younger people don't work for a corporation. Don't.
Corporations are slavery, and
they're slavery. They're absolutely slavery. Try to find a small company. Even if you make less money, it's okay. Don't always go for the money. Go for the place that's going to give you the most autonomy and they're going to treat you with respect.
Yeah.
That's much more valuable. And making $30,000-$40,000 a year for that type of company is better than making $80,000 or $100,000 for a company to treat you like a slave. Because I've worked for both types of companies, and those ones making less money with more autonomy were much better, less stressful, and better.
Yeah, you'll get by, and everything will be. At least it won't be like walking on eggshells every day.
Right. That's not how you're supposed to live. See, they've been taught that this is normal. This is not normal. I take business class at a really good school. Yeah, I take business class at a very good school, and I see these students. They're just. It seems like they're under all this constant stress.
Right. Yeah, that's what Jordan Peterson says. Like,
right.
To get this. No, you shouldn't be under any stress to learn.
Right. You should enjoy your life and relax, and that may be
your life, and that's with work too. You should enjoy your work. I did hard work. At the oil rigs and the oil production. It's not easy work, but I enjoyed doing that. And making farm plows and being the electrician and EMT work and everything. That wasn't easy work. I mean, I'm up on a tower, fixing something in 140 degrees up there. But there's something rewarding about it, so I love to do. Working on big machines where I'm standing on top of it with a big wrench and like, but your work should be enjoyable. It doesn't mean your environment's going to be perfect. But whatever work you pick, it should be enjoyable for you. They should give you a sense of masculinity and like I'm appreciated here.
Yeah. Right. That's right. And boy, if people knew the jobs that I've quit and like they would be like, wow, you quit that company and this guy. Yeah, I've quit some really good companies, and because I just felt, but it took me like a good couple of years before I realized that it wasn't working out, and I stuck it out. I'm tough. I don't just.
Yeah, my father used to go nuts when I first got out of the Army. I went through 24 jobs. It says you get a job and you fucking quit it. It's like I didn't like it.
Yeah. You can do that when you're young too. You can do that at any time in your life. And
when you're young, it's like, no, I want to find a job that people treat me, and it was always about respect.
Right.
It was never about you're going to respect me. At that time, this is I just come out of the military. This is Sergeant Joseph Burns. I demand respect. And
That's
if
right.
if they disrespected me, I would do something evil to them and then leave.
Yeah, I mean, in my last job, I was there 2 years, and I had covered the big territory. I was driving like probably 400 or 500 miles a week, and really working hard. I grew the business, I like doubled it, or not doubled it, but I grew it by a lot, like 60%. And these guys were just and like the sales force, the guys that were beating me and women that were beating me, they were all doing all this unethical shit.
Unethical
And
stuff.
yeah, I found out later that I'm working my ass off here trying to do things the right way. And you got these Yahoo sales reps that are, most of them are alcoholics, and they're like just a bunch of idiots, and
Yeah,
like,
that's it.
they haven't read a book in their whole lives, and they're reading like magazines is what they're
Magazines.
yeah, they're just these idiots, I'm not working for free. I'm working for a bonus here. I says I'm competing against people that are cheating and doing unethical shit. You know what? No, this is not going to work out. And it was a good paying job, but I said, you know what? No, I'm just going to move on. And because I'm not going to be, you're not going to make a sucker out of me. I'm not, so I think that's important too, is looking for ethical companies that
Right. Yeah.
ethical
That have a good standpoint epistemology, that appreciate their workers.
right,
That's so hard to find nowadays.
right.
Everybody feigns that, like, oh, we're a great company to work for, and then you go and you find out that no, you people are you're idiots. And
Yeah. Disrespectful, promote the wrong people.
yeah, as long as you have the right employee manual that says you do respect them and you can act the way you want, and that's just lip service.
Yeah. Corporate America is a mess, man. Like,
It is a mess, and it goes generally back to the colleges. And we talk about education all the time in America, how we're going to invest in education. If you're investing in that education, where everybody learns the same thing, there's three things that's learned in college: how to pick up girls, how to drink, and how to pay your taxes. If that's the criteria for going through that college, man, they should rethink these things.
yeah, I've transferred to. I'm on my third business school, because
third business school.
The first two were just. I mean, the first one I went to, which is a pretty well-known school, like, I mean, they were just like, it was like a factory, It was like yeah. And the one I'm at now is a lot better, but even then, I can see like they don't value the critical thinking skills as much. I mean, he's making us do these tests that are multiple choice, like,
yeah,
come on, man, like, have some open-ended questions on your
right, yeah,
have some creative type thinking and
creative thinking. Yeah,
you're doing like multiple choice questions. What are we, like little third graders here? It's like, no, come on, this is a bunch of bullshit.
no,
I mean,
I don't even do the credits anymore. I take the course, and either I pay for it, I don't pay for it, it's just like, and most of the time, my big question now is, can I just test out on this?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you got something to teach me, I'll stick around. But if I can just test out, that'll be great.
But the lectures, I like this new program I'm in, and it's another big time school too. And it's in a big conference, and academically, I'll put it this way: academically, I feel like my conference is better than the Ivy League, because the Ivy League is mostly going to be just rich people.
Yeah,
they're academically, they're really good too, but they're mostly just a bunch of rich people and whatever. Like, my conference is like a step below, but we're academically probably better. And we have schools at my conference that are actually ranked higher than Ivy League schools. So but the thing is, like, the lectures are actually really good, and I am learning a lot.
I enjoy lectures. I mean, I do lectures, like, if it's a lecture, okay, good. Can I?
Yeah.
I love lectures, and or what do they call that? During a weekend, you just go listen to some guy, and it's like, great. I could do that, and I'll learn more that way than I'm going to learn in any other way. And
this guy, this one professor I got, he's just excellent. He's just, he's not about the grades so much. I mean, he's tough. He's been tough on me lately in the last couple of assignments. He's giving me like B's on the last. I got a few A's, and then he started giving me some B's. But that's okay. He's giving me feedback and on what I can do to get better, and still got an A- in the class. But the thing is, I'm learning a lot from him. Like I see the value that he brings, and then both classes, I see the value. Like I'm learning a lot because we do case studies, and you can see how business decisions are made, and it's really good information. It's going to help me somewhere down the line. It's helping me now. I'm learning a lot, but I just don't like the stuff with the multiple choice question type stuff, and it's just kind of irks me. Like, and especially when they make it tricky. They make it like they don't make the answer so obvious.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, overall, I think it's good to get an education and
oh yeah, it's good to just proceed in that. And
yeah. These people that say, "Oh yeah, college education is worthless," and I mean, yeah, you don't want to overspend. I think you don't want to overspend.
I don't. No.
Yeah, you don't want to overspend, but the value of the education is actually really good. I think even if it takes you a little longer to get it, I think the best way to do it, actually, if I were to do it again, is I would do part-time and then work part-time.
Yeah,
I would do it that way. I wouldn't be one of because I did mostly work at least one day a week during college full-time. Well, but I think doing part-time is a good way. And like I would start at a community college, and because of like this is my second advanced degree, and the best experience I had was when I went to a community college for 6 months, because those students were mostly older and they had a lot of life experience. And I went there when I was 19 for like 6 months, and it was great. It was a wonderful experience.
Yeah, you get like 2 credits now, 2.5 credits for applied work related. Like you just for working, you get
Weird. The community college experience is so underrated. It's just incredible because you have these people. Like I was like 19, and I remember thinking the student was like 28. It's like, wow, you're old. Like I say it to myself. And then you get some students that are like 40, and they're like, wow, you're really old. And I look back now, it's kind of silly, but I would have conversations with them after class, and they would like talk about how and the value of education, and especially community college, you get a lot of value because it's not that expensive.
Yeah, I just do online now, and because if I walk in, it would be so bizarre that it would just bother me. It's like I aged out, and
well, you could be teaching a lot of those classes probably. See, I might do that. I might end up just being like, I might end up being a business professor as I get older. I might teach at community college or state college myself as I get once I finish up my business school stuff.
You don't think my social my social reputation's already been trashed?
Yeah, well, you doxed yourself, Jim.
I doxed myself. My social.
You're gonna have to get plastic surgery. Maybe you can do it.
Yeah, I'll have to shave.
Yeah, you can dye your hair red like that guy that we know lives in an attic, and he wears a robe and he has red hair.
Yeah,
you could be like that guy. He has a dumb waiter bring him up his food.
Yeah, I just want to develop a mgtow philosophy course, and then we can take it, and then we can get accredited.
Oh boy, that would be something, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think you laugh at, but I think that's a possibility. I knew a guy that
I think Marcus was on the right with that.
Yeah, because I knew a guy that he was a professor in New York State, and he was a community college guy, and he did a course on poker. So if he could do a course on poker, which is absolutely one of the stupidest. It's a good social game, but you're dealing with money, and people are weird with money, and it's just a stupid. So that's like a stupid course, right? For the most part. And he was able to get that through. So if you can get that through, I think you can get mgtow through.
Oh yeah. We need in the chat. We need strippers.
Yeah. Isn't Carly a stripper?
Yeah. If Carly can just be my chat stripper, it's like, yeah, we need strippers in the chat.
No, Carly used to work in the peep shows.
Yeah. Well, we've been going 2 hours now, and I've really got to see a man about a horse.
Yeah. That's a saying, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good. I enjoyed talking to you.
Yeah, and I'll take a short break here.
Oh, what's that? Say it again.
You want to go longer, or you?
What do you want to do? If you got to go, you got to go. That's fine.
Yeah, I got to take a short break.
Yeah, you want to take a short break, and then we can. I don't know. I guess I can make fun of Carly for 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, you could just talk and talk to the chat, and I'll be right back. I gotta.
Oh yeah, let me get on the chat. Yeah, sounds good.
tea. And tea is a good diuretic.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll hold on for a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. Carly doesn't understand sarcasm, so like most spurgs. But anyway, yeah, I would definitely stay away from these people that want to downplay education. That's definitely something that I see a lot of, and it really bothers me because there's value in education. Now, you don't want to spend a lot of money getting your education. You want to try to minimize the cost. So I would start out at a community college. I think community college is your best return on your investment for a lot of reasons. First of all, you're not gonna have to spend so much money to go. Second of all, you're around the most mature student body, especially at night school. I would even advise the bulk of your classes be in the evenings because that's where you'll see the older students that are working full-time jobs, and that's a good way to network as well. I used to work with a lot of people that were engineers at GE, and and they would take night classes in business or whatever, right? They would just want to try to advance their education. Or you see retired folks that want to just learn different topics, and they can share their life experiences, which is really invaluable when you're in your late teens, early 20s. So. Yeah, I was just talking about education, Joe.
Okay.
How valuable it is because like I don't like these. You get these doom type people. So, education is too much money, and not if you go to a community college. No way. Go to a community college. I think it's great. I think community college is
where everybody starts. It's like you got to get your basics.
And then I would say even after that, if you want to continue, do a state college. Try to find the cheapest state college you can, or I shouldn't say cheap,
an accelerated course, and
right. And then if you want to specialize later into something, whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's how I did. My time at Brown was an accelerated course for electromechanical, and
that's the Ivy League school, right? Isn't Brown Ivy League or no?
Yeah, it's an Ivy League, but. It's like, so you just do the accelerated courses in the profession you're interested in, and then do what after that. Lately it's just been philosophy and that stuff, and that's it's just take your interest, and all electricians eventually become philosophers.
Yeah,
I don't know why, but it's just the bowling logic of it. That if you think that if you make one mistake on your logic gates, then you make a mistake. It's like it's really unforgiving. So most electricians in their old age, they become philosophers because they can see the logic in things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but Carly's going to be my my chat stripper now.
Yeah. Depends how big her chest is.
Did I tell you I had a stripper walk up the driveway? I don't know where she came from.
Oh man, yeah.
And then my buddy was in the house. He was getting some beers or something. I can't remember what he was doing. And I was like, I looked up. I was working on a bike in my backyard, and then I'm doing something. I look up, and then there's a stripper in front of me. And I'm like, hey, it's like, and she's like, she just got like, she said, this guy's going to try to hit me down here. And I said, oh, just sit down. And she had the little stripper band. Yeah. And then she started playing with the stripper band. And then my buddy walks out and he goes, he whispers in my ear that he hands me a beer and he says, that's a stripper. And I was like, I know.
Yeah.
It was really bizarre. She left a bag over too. I have a stripper bag if you want to go through it one day on live on the air.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun.
And I do own, I have a stripper bag in the back, and we can just see what the stuff's in there and talk about it and everything. But it was really a bizarre incident. It was like, wow, it's like out of all the houses in the world, you found a mgtow to walk up the driveway.
Yeah. Yeah. Strippers need hugs too.
The strippers need love too, you know. No, I just let her sit because I'm sure that somebody wanted to beat her ass. She's probably stole something.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they're something. Yeah. No, no, I was just talking about the chest thing because, like, I was telling my buddy, like, yeah, I said a big chest covers up a multitude of sins. I said,
Yeah, yeah.
like,
Yeah,
well, we see these women now. We go shopping, and
that's a bald. All boobs are that way.
yeah, I mean, we go to the store and we, we go shopping in this big store. Just a lot of it's just to get exercise, because when it was cold weather, we just go shopping and you can't really tell if a woman's attractive or not because they're wearing the mask now. And
Oh God, yeah.
it's really weird.
I like it better that way. It's like it's more like the Muslim thing where they wear the thing over the face and they just don't talk. Just wear the thing over your face and don't bother me.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Soothie, huh? Soothie. Okay, I'm reading the chat now, so I'm cheating. I lied. I'm just
Yeah.
well, once I went monologue, I had to read the chat to try to
Yeah,
get.
the chat's interesting. So chat's always interesting in these things.
I guess you can monologue it if you have enough people in the chat. You can monologue a lot easier. You can just read off the comments.
Right, you can read out the comments. I've really done that. We should do that more. Is like read the comments, discuss the comments, and make it more interesting for the people that actually come around.
That's probably a good idea. I was a little mean to Carly, but
yeah,
she's not wearing anything besides her panties.
Yeah, Rick and Blackbuff are fighting over beers.
Yeah, Rick likes that Bass Blue Ribbon. No, he drinks that Canadian Molson or whatever it is.
Canadian Molson?
I think so. I don't know what he drinks. I forget. Like it's stronger alcohol, I think.
Yeah, I like Great Lakes. Great Lakes is good beer.
RP, he has a recipe for beer fondue if you need it.
Beer fondue.
Yeah, that's his thing. He likes that. Yeah, we were watching Justice League the other day. It's pretty good. I'll tell you what, those guys are incredible. I really have a lot of respect for those two.
Yeah, I watched that. That's what I watched this morning. I started watching it, the Zack Snyder thing of Justice League, and I did watch 1984, so I kind of knew the plot.
Yeah.
And then I was like, this is just a remake of 1984. But then I got interested in it, and I watched the whole 4 hours.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to watch it, the new Justice League Zack Snyder cut, it's going to take you. It's 4 hours long.
Right. That's what we were watching. I was trying to stay with RP because it was like 3:30 in the morning. I was like,
you guys watch that?
So tired.
And the release that you can get now is high. It's HD and it's a good release. And
yeah, it was pretty good. I got to 4 and then I just couldn't do it. I was so tired.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing and I was impressed with it. And I thought it got a lot of complaints online, like this is the worst thing ever.
No, I thought it was good.
After I watched it, I was like, no, that was kind of really good what he did.
Yeah, Steppenwolf had a lord too over him.
Yeah, his master and
right. And his master probably has a master. They're whatever. That's what mgtow. We don't have masters. We
and they left it open where there's going to be another one at the end. I didn't actually see the end because they cut it on the version that I had stolen, and they cut the end off. So I still have to see the end, which will make me go back and watch it again some other day. But it was nice to actually see a well-made movie after a whole year of not very well-made movies.
Yeah.
Like Marvel kind of did us all a justice by releasing it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I haven't really seen too many good movies lately.
No, there hasn't been.
We saw Equalizer, the crew and I there, Discord, RP and JK. Yeah, that was really good. I thought Denzel Washington was really good.
Yeah. Tenet really sucked. I thought Tenet was not very good, and they're still promoting that as it's like, nah, don't waste your time. Uh, and what was it when I watched it was the old guy now. He used to be young. God, I can't remember the name of it, but it was really good. There's a few really good movies out there.
Yeah.
Shrooms. Someone got shrooms? Oh, man.
Yeah, I've never taken any of those type of things.
I never taken any shrooms in my life too. I always wondered. They say if you eat them, you throw up. It's like
Yeah, Blackwell was talking about that. Some type of
it's like I really that's not one of the things that I really kind of
no,
want in life is sit there and throw up and have a heart attack.
no. You shouldn't be eating. You should not be eating stuff in the wild, like plants or vegetables. You're not supposed to be. They're toxic, actually.
Yeah, be careful with your psychedelics. It's like,
Yeah. I mean,
no, if you want to have that experience, I believe in what's the book, the electric
acid test.
The electric acid test. You
Yeah.
should read the electric acid test if you're a young man. Find some good quality microdot or some orange sunshine. Try it out in your life, and then try to make your life like that, like you're always in that happy acid trip, like. And that's what the electric Kool-Aid acid test was about. He was telling you to, once you realize what it's about, make your life like that without it.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the guy's name. The driver on the bus driver. What was his?
Kensley?
Not Kinsley. Kinsley's buddy.
Timothy Leary? I don't know.
Oh, I'd have to. Yeah, me and.
Terrence McKenna?
No, let me see what his name was. I can't remember right off the bat.
Ralph Macchio and Crossroads. No, I don't know. That was a pretty good movie. The Crossroads.
Crossroads.
Stevie Vai and Ralph Macchio. They were guitar. That was a really good scene. The guitar.
Okay, that was Tom Wolfe that wrote it.
Tom Wolfe, yeah.
And it was a story about Kinsley and the Merry Pranksters, which was the leader of the Merry Pranksters was let me see who the blah 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 blah. Kinsley. There was Paul Foster, Bob, Neil Cassidy.
Neil Cassidy.
Yeah, he was such a unique person. He's one of my favorite all-time people in this world, and that's what Neil Cassidy was telling you in that book. Is like, and that's what his whole thing was about. Like try it, and then like try to live your life like that, like without the drugs.
Yeah.
Once you have your awakening or your moment, once you see. The psychedelics will give you that feeling of invincibility, and there's a different alternate universe. And once you see that, it's like then live your life like that. When everything's happy, everything's great, everything's like, and I do that. It's like try to make everything into a happy moment in your life. And so there's some good logic in that. I don't like if you're addicted to drugs, don't do drugs. They're bad. If you're doing opiates, don't do them.
No. No, drugs. I never got into it. I never got into drugs.
Yeah, heroin and all that stuff is really addicting, and it can be really, really have bad things in your life. But if you want to do that once in a lifetime thing where you're going to find a psychedelic, hey, I wouldn't deprive a kid of that. It's like telling someone never to have sex in their life. It's like,
yeah. But,
or never drink scotch. You're like, no, you want to drink some scotch once.
Yeah, that's what I used to drink.
Have a good scotch. Learn the difference between a bad scotch and a good scotch.
Yeah, Dewar's is not good scotch, by the way.
Dewar's is just acceptable.
Dewar's is like a little bit below average. Like Chivas is good scotch.
Yeah, you get yourself a Chivas or something.
But I don't drink it anymore. I don't drink anymore. So but I used to love scotch. Yeah, for sure. That was a great drink. That's a great drink. That can get you really going if you want to get drunk and drink.
Yeah, gin too. If you don't know the difference between good gin and bad gin,
Yeah.
you should.
Dewar's is expensive too, though. It's like they just rip people off. It's not a good scotch. It's got terrible after.
If you can drink scotch, you want small batch. You want small batch, well aged scotch, and you're going to pay for it. But there's a lot of companies in America that are doing that now too. I mean, there's Cleveland Brewing's doing it now, and there's a lot of city brewers that are doing it now, and they are going to provide a really good product. But these large companies, they're just pumping that shit out.
You know, it's another good thing to look at if you want like something to talk about is it's the most ridiculous website around, Drudge Report.
Oh, the Dredge Report.
Oh my god, I'm looking at it right now. They're just what a bunch. It's like the National Enquirer, like people actually take it seriously. I'm looking at it now. It says Miami Beach declares emergency, sets 8 p.m. curfew, 1,000 plus arrests, 4-hour traffic jams. It's like who cares? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah. So you can read that a lot of different ways, right? You can say, oh, it's kind of good. 4-hour traffic, I just pull over and let's have a little party.
Yeah, what the obvious is kids are on spring break. They're doing spring breaky things. Stay away from Miami.
Right. It's like the Drudge Report's the biggest joke of a website. It's like they have it's all fear-based stuff. It's all
right.
panic in people.
Yeah, there's a lot of like. Is that a Canadian media group?
No, it's a American like right wing kind of mostly right wing.
Oh, okay, yeah,
they're fake right wing. They're all fake.
Yeah, one day we have to talk about like Canadian racism.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's RP's specialty, huh? He knows all about that.
About Canadian racism, because most of our really high-profile racists in America come from Canada. I was wondering what that was.
Oh.
Was it McGuinness, the guy that started the Proud Boys? What's his name?
Oh, I don't like that guy.
McGuinness. He's a Canadian. And who's the other guy? The guy that was arrested was a Canadian. Paul Elam's a Canadian.
Yeah.
What's his name? Molinax. He's got a girl's name. Something Molinax.
RP knows him. He knows all those guys.
He's a Canadian, and it's like they're importing like racism to America in the form of right-wing nationalism. And it's like no one ever talks about it. It's like no, Stefan Molinax.
Oh, Stefan Molyneux.
Yeah, Molyneux. He's a Canadian too. It's like it's like. And
RP is the only good thing to come out of Canada.
Yeah, RP is the only good thing that ever. Rocheville is a Canadian. It's like so there. It's like Canadians' greatest export to America is racism. I don't know what that's about. It's like, is it bad up there? I mean,
it's so well. There's RP can talk about it more, but I think they're a very socialistic state, right? Pretty much. I mean, whatever. I don't know. It's like I don't really care either way, but I know they're very pro-government, or they're like scared of their government. I think. I don't know.
Well, their government kind of has a backlash on the people where they're just it's like they're over.
They're very. I think they're not very. They're very. Subservient? What's the word? Subservient?
No, maybe not subservient.
That's not the right word. They're very. Like if the government says jump, they say how high.
Yeah.
What is that? What would that make them? I don't know.
There's a little more like totalitarianism in that. Like they still have the queen and the thing.
That's right. They're European. They got that
European and
shit going.
We put up with that. We think the queen's a whore.
Right. They're not very, and it's expensive too. Toronto's like RP was telling me.
Yeah, I feel sorry for her. You should move up there with Alberta with whiskey.
Yeah.
Things are a little cheaper.
I think Whiskey's a pretty smart guy, and he lives there for a reason. It must be pretty nice. It must be pretty nice in Alberta.
Yeah.
But
You can go to Alberta and work for McKay Industries. I know McKay will hire RP in a minute.
Yeah. What do they do?
They do a variety of things, basically farm equipment and Massey Ferguson farm equipment.
Oh, okay. Like a John Deere of Canada
Yeah,
or something?
John Deere. They make plows. We used to make plows for them. And Yeah, yeah. Go to Alberta and look into McKay Industries if they're still there. Massey Ferguson White. Uh,
John Deere is one of the last great American companies, pretty much.
yeah, yeah. Well, the company I work for pretty much started. Uh, we used to do the contracts for
Mhm.
back in the 1850s, and through the company I work for, making the plows, and then like John Deere took credit for that. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, the company I work for actually invented the couple of the processes on heat treating,
Mhm.
and we were around a long. It was the second oldest city, the second oldest, now the first oldest company in Cleveland, in the Cleveland area.
Mhm.
Yeah, so farm plows are my thing. I
Yeah.
know plows. I can tell you everything about them.
I used
Farm.
to I used to use a John Deere when I did my landscaping company I worked for like 20. This is like 30 years ago. Like 30,
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
doing
John
landscaping.
Deere's not what they
Yeah,
used to.
I love that John Deere. That was great. Like I used to, boy, that thing could just do anything. That was like an incredible machine. Like it was so reliable.
Yeah, they don't give you all the accessories anymore, and the better motor, and the it's like you can put the plow on the back, and then the tillage tool would fit on the back, or whatever you wanted, and that was great for doing your garden and stuff, and yeah, but everything's expensive now. Now, if you want to like a Massey Ferguson garden with a shovel in the front and everything, that's like $14,000.
Yeah. Texas Roadhouse CEO died by suicide amid unbearable post-COVID symptoms, family said.
Oh yeah, there's been a couple people that
Unbearable symptoms.
died of COVID lately. Now the new the new lady that just got in Congress, she took her husband's spot. He died of COVID, so she moved into his spot.
Yeah.
It's like wow.
He committed suicide because his ears were. See, that's what happens. You have the pain you never experience, and then you just see it's like you don't want to live, you know?
Yeah, yeah. COVID's different too. It's going to attach to all those little pains and aches and that you have, and
Yeah.
it's going to reignite them, and it's really weird. I can't hardly explain it. What happened to me, and most of my shoulder problems are still from that, and
Yeah.
it's like it's just attached to every little malady you had in your past. Bobcat. I like to own a Bobcat, Jim. God, I'd love to have a Bob. You know what you could do with you get a Bobcat with a shovel, and then you could just do you could do sewage, run the sewage lines, and run electric lines, underground electric. I know a buddy, he has a Bobcat, and he just runs like underground electric lines, the 200 amp lines to garages and stuff, and it's like wow, that's great. You just get to dig.
Yeah.
I love Bobcats. They're so useful. Every man in America should get a Bobcat. Like that's what like from the government or whatever favorite tool he wants, and then tooling's interested in him. In Canada, you do get if you're a millwright, you get a tooling expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
So America hasn't caught up with them on that. I used to have to buy all my tools, and then people would steal them.
Really? I know.
Yeah,
That's what they do. They like to. I got my car got broken into 2 times, and then they just took change, whatever.
change. Yeah, yeah. Now my
I got,
brother, his
yeah.
tools stolen twice. I've got my tools stolen twice.
Yeah. I got my bike stolen a couple years.
It's like, man, America sucks when it comes to men stealing other men's tools. That's the way I made my money. The
Wow.
last time it really hurt.
What do
because
you do? You're supposed to take them out of your car every day? Like, how do you do that? What are you
yeah,
supposed
it's like they stole my electric bag, and it was like I had really good electric equipment in there, and it's like this is how I work. Don't you understand it? Now I can't afford to replace a $360 meter. You know, it's like these people don't realize, and they're probably using it to check their battery or something. It's like I had a $360 fluke meter that I got on a discount with extra like millwright discounts and stuff. And it's like and they stole it from me, and it's like I'm the only. There's very few people in the world that use this meter, and they plus half a dozen other things that were in that bag. The printouts and the stuff for I could watch the ohms and watch watch the current and that stuff, and they stole it, and they probably had no idea how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
It was thousands of dollars in that bag. It's like, man, that hurt so bad. It's like, how do I work now?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And they didn't even realize what they had done to me. It's like it's like you stole my bag. It's like, fuck. That's the cruelest thing you can do to an electrician or a professional.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a crackhead. Yeah, this crackhead got a quick $50 or a rock for it or something, and he ruined somebody's life.
I don't know who's worse, the one stealing it or the one buying it from the thief. They're both.
Yeah, if you get offered something like that, you stole this equipment from somebody that needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrible. It's terrible.
But I just had a guy stole my drill, stole one of my saws lately. It's like you don't lend your tools out. It's like
Yeah.
and it's like, oh man, you didn't pay for that. You didn't earn that tool.
When I moved out of my house and I left the ladder there, what was I going to do with it? I should have gave it to a friend or something.
Yeah, somebody that
They
needs.
fucking stole it. The tenants took the ladder with them. It's like, what? Why would you take the ladder with you? It's like, it's like, man, it was like $150. It was a nice ladder, like $150 ladder.
Now, for a kid, he has, if you give it to a kid that wants to paint houses or something, he's got a ladder, he's got a tool that could assist him. It's like that's different in somebody's life.
I know.
Volts, amps, X resistance, yes.
It's just people just are. I don't know. It's a predatory world. That's the thing that you try to teach. I never learned. I didn't learn that. It's like you gotta. These kids got to learn. These young people, these young men, they got to learn. We're in a predatory world, unfortunately. So you have to make adjustments. You can't assume. Can't assume that people are going to have your best interest in mind because they're not.
Right, they don't. Most people in America don't. It's a dog out there. They don't have. Nobody thinks about these little casually cruel things they do to everybody, and that's from business. One of the overarching themes in Justice League was each one of those people that were giving their heart and soul all had financial problems, and the banks were turning them down for loans. Did you find that weird?
Well, I found it weird that one scene where that guy creates the money and gives it to the chick. Is that the one scene you're talking about? Something like that? Or?
Yeah, and then he's like, oh, he's doing this now because all these superheroes in there, like the Falcon.
Well, even Bruce Wayne, I'm rich.
Yeah, Bruce Wayne, his superpower is he's rich. It's like, oh, well, that's a great superpower to have, but. With the new Falcon too, I was going to say there's this like Falcon and the Winter Soldier just started out, and that's another Marvel offtake of that. But one of his problems is he can't afford to be a superhero.
Yeah. Well, that whole scene was really creepy when he created that money and he put it in that woman's bank account.
Yeah, and then
it just shows like how money like it's like that like. I just didn't like that. I mean, it was a nice thing he did, but it just shows they're putting so much value on money.
Yeah. He put like $100,000 in there, and it's like you won the sweepstakes.
yeah. But the message is, money is, it's all about money.
It is about. When you think about it, is like how can you be a superhero and be broke?
Yeah, the technology, right? That guy got created with all that technology, And even Wonder Woman was they had the technology, I guess.
Yeah, but Batman does echo that in that when he gets in his car, and that's a really
Right.
nice car, the Lamborghini.
Yeah.
Just like he gets in and he says, "What's your superpower?" And he goes, "I'm rich."
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, what kind of message does that send to people? It's like, I don't know.
But
Whatever.
it's really good. And Superman at the end, Superman's mother. Why would the bank take Superman's mother's house?
Oh yeah.
Like, that's
I forgot that part. But I think I remember.
what? It's like it's just a bad overview of our banking system and the
Yeah. How did he get rich anyway? How did Batman get rich anyway?
his father. Yeah, his father was the corporate owner, so he just inherited it.
But he had to be doing unethical stuff to get his money. Like you don't.
Yeah, they were doing experiments. That was the doctor that was in the basement there that was doing the kind of weird stuff. And
yeah.
But
that was for his son. No, that was so his son could live.
Yeah, and then the whole story came out of the other guy too. It's like,
yeah.
but that was a pretty good movie. But some of I noticed some of the social stuff that was fed into it, and I'm probably going to go back and watch it again so I can kind of examine what kind of social themes they put in there.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is
Wonder Woman didn't bother me all that much. She said nothing. She didn't make one feminist comment, did she?
No, she was pretty good. She didn't. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was a good character. She had integrity. They made the woman have the integrity, and they made Wayne look like a money grubbing little. Yeah, money grubber, like JK was saying, Wayne Capital, and so he's making money on interest, pretty much.
Right. Yeah.
He made some good investments. He bought Google at the right time.
Yeah, the Ohm's law switches around like that, Jim and Carly. You can switch any of the parts of Ohm's law.
Yeah, Wayne Enterprise got rich by building infrastructure. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. He's obviously, yeah, I guess that's a little bit more valuable, I guess, to the community. But he's still making money on other people's backs, you know.
Yeah. So the interesting part is, what does Aquaman do for a living?
Yeah.
He doesn't do nothing. He just gets drunk.
He eats fish and gets drunk.
Right. Yeah. He eats fish and he walks into the bar and he grabs the bottle and it says, "If you can take it from me, just."
Yeah.
Aquaman's probably got a cool living, doesn't he? That's what mgtow should be like. That's how you just separate yourself from that's going galt. It's like Aquaman is total galt.
Yeah.
They finally got a perfect Aquaman too. The character, he's just perfect for that role.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think he's. Yeah, they casted that brilliantly.
Yeah, they casted that one really, really good. I was glad to see that. And like some of my all-time Batman favorite character is the Timekeeper. It's like I always thought that they would do an hour and a half show on Batman and the Timekeeper. And
who's the Timekeeper? What do you mean, Alfred, the butler, or what do you mean?
No, the Timekeeper. The what do they call him? He's the watch fixer, and he's he has a certain name, but he puts things in place, and then they just always come out. So he's really good with putting things in place. He's got a crazy sort of outlook.
Who played Robin anyway? Who's Robin?
Oh, there's been multiple Robins.
Yeah. I always thought he was a real idiot.
Yeah,
I don't know. It wasn't a Robin.
You just give Batman replace it with a new Robin.
Yeah. I always thought Robin was just an annoying sidekick.
Yeah, it's kind of a Robin. It's like a stripper name for superheroes, Robin.
Yeah, no talent. You know, he was just like guy. Just he was just what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? He was just smooching off of Batman as well.
Yeah, he's smooching off of Batman, and he should have had a cooler name like Spider or anything like not Robin. Robin's a insignificant little bird that gets eaten by hawks.
Yeah, I remember when Batman first came out. I want to say 30 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah.
when it first came out with that was like a big deal. That was such a big deal. I remember like it was like 1980. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. When a kid, I remember
88, late 80s.
cartoons.
Yeah, late. It had to be late 80s or something. And it was yeah, I remember as a young kid, like young teenager, like yeah, everyone was like, "Oh, it's such a big movie. Oh, that's such a big deal."
What does Prude say about that? Robin was mostly just for exposition, someone for Batman to explain the audience. Yeah, playing the audience. You get a,
89, yeah, 89 Batman with Jack Nicholson and
oh yeah, that was a good one. And
yeah, yeah.
the Joker. Now Suicide Squad's coming out pretty soon. That should be pretty decent.
I never saw that because I didn't like that stupid psycho bitch lady. I didn't like.
Holly.
Yeah, I just wanted to punch her in the mouth.
Yeah.
The one that wears the with all the makeup, little.
Well, she does this whole stripper thing too. That's
Yeah, a little stripper. That she's like a Claire, She's like
she's Claire.
she like acts like your friend, and then she'll stab you in the back. And
she would stab you too. So the new Suicide Squad's coming out, and that should be pretty interesting. There's a couple Marvel things that are coming out.
I didn't like that character. I didn't like. If I see a character I don't like, an obnoxious woman with superpower strength, I did like Wonder Woman though. I thought she had class.
Well, yeah, Wonder Woman's always had her individual. They didn't steal the character from a male.
Yeah, I thought she was always good. I like Linda Carter too, and
yeah, Linda Carter played a good role in that.
I knew a guy in Vegas. He, I don't know if he dated Linda Carter or he said he felt her up once and she was great.
I thought she would be.
That's a true story. He said Linda Carter let him like touch her, and he goes, "Yeah, she was great." I just thought I'd share that with you. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah, do you have a claim for fame like that in life? There's something that like you punched some like Roger Clemens in the nose or something like that. It's like
yeah. I heard he was a real jerk. I think
he was an idiot.
You told me that, right? You were at a bar with Wade Boggs. Wade Boggs was a jerk too, right?
Wade Boggs. It was Wade Boggs wouldn't sign my little girl's card. She walked up to him. She's like a 6-year-old, she was about 8 years old at that time. She had a Wade Boggs card, and Wade Boggs wouldn't sign it.
What a piece of shit.
Now, Mike Smithson was like, he went out and he got one of his cards, Mike Smithson, and he gave like her a card. He was like, here's the
Mike Schmidt. You mean Schmidt?
Mike Schmidt. He was like great. It was like Mike Schmidt was great, and Wade Boggs was an idiot.
He was my favorite player. He was my first favorite baseball player. Was Mike Schmidt.
Mike Schmidt, yeah, Mike Schmidt. He was my favorite pitcher because he had that thing.
Well, third base. Now he played third base.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, Mike Schmidt's son was the
power hitter, third baseman.
Yeah, power hitter, third baseman. Yeah, it's a man. The players really had so much more character.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Guys like Gary Carter.
Yeah.
Mike Schmidt. Yeah, you're right. Had more character.
Yeah, Mike Schmidt did. He sat down at our table and had beers with us.
Yeah, Gary Carter was like
guy talking shit, and just my little girl was so happy. And
yeah, Gary Carter was like, he could have played football at UCLA. He got a scholarship. He was just a great all around athlete, and then he ends up being a Hall of Fame catcher. He died at a young age recently, and he was an amazing guy, Gary Carter. Just for a catcher to be that good, because that's a real demanding position. But Mike Schmidt was like great defense. He had a ton of power.
It's like Don Mattingly played on that team. Don Mattingly and Mike Schmidt. Don Mattingly like Don Mattingly. I don't think I ever met Don.
He was another one. He's old school, right? He was a great player from Indiana. He's from Indiana. He's
the first baseman on that team, and
he's manager for the Marlins right now.
He went to Cleveland for 1 year when he retired from New York, and then he got hurt the first game. Cost us $8 million. And,
really? Mattingly? I didn't know he played for Cleveland.
Mattingly, one game in Cleveland.
I didn't know he played there.
Yeah, one game. He signed for one season with Cleveland at first base, and that was that great team that they were supposed. It was like right on the verge of the Albert Bell. Every position was filled with like a all-star.
Don Mattingly, that team, that Indians team was amazing when they had
Oh,
Albert Bell.
yeah,
I mean,
Bayer.
I can think of their whole lineup. I mean, they had
Yeah, Carlos Bayer goes at second, and
Vizquel,
Omar Vizquel at shortstop.
Tomei, young Tomei, young Martin. What's his name?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Martinez was.
Who's the guy that's crazy, but he's a great player?
Kenny Lofton was in the outfield.
Kenny Lofton. Who's the other guy that was a really good hitter? He played for the Red Sox later.
The right fielder.
The guy he played for the Red Sox and then he played for the Dodgers. Manny
Ramirez. Yeah, Manny Ramirez.
Yeah, it's Manny Ramirez, Jim Tomei, Albert Bell. It's like, what a lineup. I mean, man, those guys are masters, man.
They averaged 8 runs a game that year.
I mean, it seemed like it. They were just an incredible team. I mean, Charles Nagy was pitcher. He was like, wasn't even that good, but he won like 15 games or something. I don't know. He wasn't even that good. They gave him so much run support.
Oh yeah, there was just so much run. So there was some. We got what's his name? Oro Hershiser pitched it with them too.
Oro Hershiser
and he was always my.
I played poker with Oro Hershiser.
Yeah, he was one of my favorite guys in the whole world, Oro Hershiser.
Yeah, I played poker with him. I sat right next to him.
He's a great guy.
No, he's a nice guy. He's a very nice guy. Very nice guy, and he's a pretty good poker player. And
poker player,
yeah. It was fun. I was sitting right next to him, man, and it was funny. He said something like, "He go like we're talking about a hand or." I go, Oro, you got to save money, save enough money for gas, if you need gas money. he goes, oh, there's a lot more where that came from. Trust me.
Yeah.
So he's one of those guys. He was not cocky at all. Just a real, confident. He's one of those guys that just a confident guy, and you could tell he's a.
Yeah, if you wanted to hang around someone, Oro Hershiser would be like, you want to go like stripper bar?
Yeah, just a real confident, good guy, and not a simp. No stiffness about him. No, and he was the MVP of that team, '88 Dodgers.
Okay, yeah, it was. He had the players, and he was just like he threw him and Greg Maddox. I just always thought the best, and was just the best pitching I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah. And he knows another good pitcher back in that time was Brett Saberhagen. Remember him? Brett
Saberhagen. Yeah, I used to love watching.
Yeah, he was good too. And those guys, I don't think they took steroids. Those guys, I don't like those three. No, probably not.
When those three were pitching up against each other, I would take a day off to go watch a game because I love pitching matchups.
Yeah,
and like me and my buddy would just watch the games and even with Clemens at that time, if you wanted to see a good pitching matchup, you just watch Clemens, and I didn't really like Clemens, but
yeah, he's kind of a dick. I don't think anybody likes. He's like Barry Bonds. He's kind of a dick too, and
yeah,
I
can't remember. Martinez was on that team pitching for the Indians too. He blew out Kirby Bucket's eye.
Which one?
Martinez. Pedro Martinez.
Oh, okay. Kirby Puckett was dynamite player too.
Yeah, I love that team. The Minnesota team that Ken Herbeck, Kirby Puckett.
Yeah.
Was Junior
Gaetti was good, third baseman.
That was a great team too. Talk about offense. That was like
he could hit too. Gaetti was a good hitter. Gladden
Glavin was on that team.
Gladden. They had Frank Viola.
Mm-hmm.
They were good. They had a nice team. Minnesota had a nice team. Burt Blyleven was pitching on that team too.
Yeah, Burt Blyleven pitched for him, and regular Cleveland staple Burt Blyleven. But they're the old guy that came, Kenta, and he went to Toronto after that. With the next when Toronto went to the World Series, he moved there. I can't remember his name. What a great pitching staff they had too. That was Power and Kirby Puckett.
Jack Morris. You're talking about Jack Morris.
Jack Morris, right? Jack Morris. I used to love watching Jack Morris.
Oh, he was great too.
He was great. Him and Maddox's ball, they used to drop right at the end.
Yeah.
And it was just you'd be like swinging at air.
Jack Morris was just tough, man. He was.
Yeah, Jack Morris was great.
He's a guy. If you were to pick like a handful of guys, like who would you want pitching seventh game in World Series? Jack Morris.
Jack Morris.
He'd be one of those guys. Yeah, he would be. You would actually pick him even above a Maddox for game.
Yeah,
7.
yeah, probably. I'd pick Jack Morris.
Yeah, there's certain guys like game 7. I think Gibson was the same way.
Yeah, Gibson. Yeah.
Even like Andy Pettit. Like, I'll take my chances with Andy Pettit game 7.
Yeah.
Andy Pettit was amazing. Like, just under pressure, those guys would pitch better. Like, for some guys that are like that.
Yeah, Tommy Glavine he's just
yeah. Some guys are like that. They just play better when the moment.
Yeah, he's done.
Brady's the same way. Tom Brady's the same way.
Yeah, Tom Brady. Yeah, you can complain all day about him being a GOAT, but
well, he's not Johnny Unitas. Johnny Unitas is the GOAT for me. I mean, Johnny Unitas is the best. Because you got to remember when Johnny Unitas played, those defensive tackles, and they would, you could go after guys' knees, and you know what I mean. Like, now the quarterbacks are so protected.
Yeah.
And the rules have changed so much. When Unitas played, it was just like, they didn't call late hits hardly, or then I don't think they, So to me, Johnny Unitas is in the league. He's number 1. Yeah, Johnny Unitas is number 1 for me. I mean, that's just.
Yeah, that's your favorite football player.
I think he's the best. Yeah, I think he's probably the best football player ever. I think because he reinvented that whole position.
Yeah, and like the Lawrence Taylor of that.
Yeah, I think defensively, I would say Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, Lawrence Taylor. He made linebacker great.
Yeah, Reggie White. It's between him and Reggie White, in my opinion. Ronnie Lott's up there too, but Reggie White
Ronnie Lott kind of made safeties great.
Yeah, you could say Reggie White or LT. They're both amazing. Probably LT though, because LT could change a game more with the
LT could change a game. Everybody, that's what I say. On every draft, everybody's searching for the next LT.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exactly right. And there's
don't fall into that trap. That's what when they took Myles Garrett, I knew Myles Garrett was going to be a good player, but don't fall into the LT trap.
Yeah, LT was just that was the guy I growing up I used to watch him, and I used to joke with my uncle. He was a big Giants fan, and I go, "What happened to LT there?"
Yeah.
And I remember he got double or triple teamed. I would say it on purpose to bust his balls, but he got double or triple teamed on the play.
I mean, he was fast too. He was 278 pounds, and he carried himself really well. I mean,
he had it all. He could do it all. He had good hands too. He could pick passes.
Feet.
He can intimidate a whole team. He can intimidate the whole quarterback.
I've never seen someone knock down so many passes in life.
That's a sign of a great defensive player, is the intimidation factor, because that's, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like that's why Dick Butkus, right? Like, I didn't really watch a lot. I watched a lot of film, but the whole thing about him was his intimidation too. Like, you have to have an intimidation. Like, Ronnie Lott was the same way. Like, he would intimidate these receivers. Yeah, so they're not going to run the route as sharp as they would against a guy that's not in the secondary like Ronnie Lott. Ronnie Lott, he got his finger cut off in a game, and he sewed it up and went out and played. I mean,
he went back out there.
Ronnie Lott is like, people don't remember how great he is incredible. Reggie White's the same way. I mean, Reggie White he'd beat a double team, and he would say to the he would compliment the other team. It's like.
So who do you think's winning the draft so far?
For what? What sport?
The free agency. Who's winning free agency?
I don't know. I know the Jets. I think the Jets and Giants added some players. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? I don't know.
Cleveland sheared up their defense, which would be great. I think the winners, Denver. Denver did really good in the draft or the free agency so far, and a lot of people. I think the dynamics in football is going to change a lot this year, because of free agency and the shortage of the cap space is lower and everything, and there were certain rules about the cap space where you couldn't go over the cap space. Cleveland ended up really good. We picked up 4 defensive players, and
wow.
So we picked up one of the best safeties, Johnson. We picked up 2, the cornerback from the Rams, and Johnson from the Rams, and then we added Tack McKinley and the guy from the Jets, the defensive end from the Jets.
Wow.
And so there's, I mean, you put that along with Myles Garrett rushing, and there'll be guys back. I think what's his name still going to play another year. Vernon's out, so we don't have to eat that cap space now. Uh, but they did really well, and you got some guys that are going to come on. Porter Gustin, not a very well known name. I think he's going to do really good this year in that thing. We signed 2 linebackers. Walker we signed from Indianapolis, the linebacker, which is a great signing. I can't believe they let him go for $3.5 million. It was like such
Wow.
yeah. It's like he's sort of a Joe Schubert sort of guy that'll run the defense too, and then keep with the new safeties. We got 2 new safeties, so they'll be able to play closer to the line and do that sort of Ray thing out of Baltimore, where he kind of just Ray Lewis would just kind of hover over the back of the line, and just you couldn't run past him.
Yeah.
But that's tells on your if you got 2 good safeties out there, then you don't have to worry about that, about dropping back in the coverage.
Like Ed Reed. Ed Reed was a really good player.
Yeah. So the dynamics of the draft this year is really interesting. I think we're going to see a couple teams go from last to worst, from worst to first, and a couple of the first to worst teams. I think LA Rams are going down.
Well, they got Stafford. They got what's his name, Stafford. But I don't think I agree with you. I don't think he's anything special.
No, he's in that system that they're running. When he did get 4,000 yards, he was great, But is he that guy is he that winner that's gonna get you to the playoffs and get you past? I don't think he is. He's another Andy Dalton.
Yeah. Yeah, Andy Dalton doesn't take any chances when he's the most conservative quarterback I've ever.
Yeah, it's like he can get you there, but he's not going to win you no games in a playoff.
No, he's not.
Cleveland's got it because Baker Mayfield's that guy that's going to get you. He just needed a little. We were one defensive play against winning and being the AFC champions last year.
Mm-hmm.
So
Kansas City had too many problems with the offensive line.
Yeah, so I think Cleveland's going to be really good this year. They'll be happy. My hometown's going to be really, really I'm looking 14+ wins from them.
Well, they have to go into the playoffs and win a couple games. I could see them win 11, 12 games maybe. Yeah. Over-under is going to be probably maybe, I don't know, probably 9.5 or something like that.
Yeah. OBJ will be back. Hopefully, we can get one good season out of OBJ. And
he went downhill. I mean,
he's been downhill, and he's always he's a
complainer. He's a complainer,
he's a complainer. Percy Harvin, he's another Percy Harvin.
Yeah, these guys that haven't even won anything, and they act,
It's like, hopefully you could just get one good year out of them. We've signed Hollywood Higgins back again. And Jarvis is always great. Jarvis,
he's good. He's a good player.
Juice, you can always rely on him.
There's a good example of a friendship that makes no sense, right? Like, Jarvis Landry and college together. Well, they went to college together, but
yeah, 2 opposite personalities.
Total opposite personalities. You could tell, like, Javaris should probably find new friends,
Yeah.
Like, why would you want a friend like OBJ who's passing out money remember the LSU?
Oh, yeah, the LSU game. That was terrible.
Why would you do that? It shows you how stupid he is. I mean, why would you do something like that?
It'd be nice if they could use him for trade bait and move up in the draft.
The Giants were smart to get rid of him. You always got to be careful when, like, these GMs. Do they ever learn? There's a reason why a team wants to get rid of a player. Right? It's like, if he's so good, why are you getting rid of him? I mean,
we lost Kevin Zeitler over that too. Kevin Zeitler was one of the best guards in the game. It's like we gave up Kevin Zeitler. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
I thought that was the last year of what's his name, the coach, the general manager. I just really didn't like that guy.
Yeah, what was his name again?
From Green Bay. No, it was the guy from
He played football at Green Bay, I think.
yeah, he played football, but he was the head coach for Kansas City,
Oh,
and he became the general manager and traded away Kevin Zeitler for it's like half. But we ended up last year having one of the best offensive lines in the game. It's like
yeah, good running game. You got a good running game. That's the
and I
thing.
thought it was funny this year. Kevin Zeitler got cut and Schwartz got cut too. From it's like
Yeah,
it's like two of the premier offensive tackles, and
it's
they,
all it's all money. It's all about money because it's all money. It's just a business. Like it's not like you said. Like back in the day, it was different. Like it was, you know.
yeah, oh yeah,
But
and
now it's just
Luda Toe Groza, he was the kicker and the offensive lineman.
the toe.
The toe. Now that's a great player. That's a guy you can. He was the kicker. He was one of the greatest kickers ever, and the offensive lineman.
Yeah, I thought he played defense line, but he played offense.
Defensive line was he?
I don't know. Maybe he was offense. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, now that's a player. That's what kickers should be, and the kicker.
Yeah, you're right. And George Blanda was the same way, didn't he?
Yeah, George Blanda too. Yeah, it's like you got to have a. He was on special teams, and he would go down there and hit people.
Yeah.
There was no problem with him kicking the ball and running down and smashing somebody.
Like Steve Tasker, he's a good player.
Yeah,
A guy like him, he has a lot of value. Like Steve Tasker was a deep special teams all pro, and he charge up, he'll fire up a whole team.
Oh yeah, there's a few.
Okay.
Remember what that guy? He was the special teams guru of. He was just went through team to team to team, and the special teams. He was the gunner on the special teams. We just picked up a gunner. One of the guys we picked up is because we did have some special teams breakdowns last year, so they went on. They picked up another gunner that could really just get down there and just smash somebody.
Yeah.
You need that on a football team. You need that one guy, that gunner, that's just gonna just do it.
Yeah. You gotta have
Baseball's looking interesting. Have you been keeping up with the baseball this year?
No, I can't wait till it starts. No, because I've just been betting college and losing all my money lately.
Oh yeah. The Ohio State lost against Oral Roberts University. It just blew my mind.
Yeah.
that killed half the people's brackets.
Yeah, I got Arkansas. You know what I picked? I picked Gonzaga to beat Arkansas. I just said, well, it was a free bracket. I figured, well, if Arkansas gets lucky to the finals, I have a shot to win it because nobody's going to pick Arkansas to go that far. But now they're in the Sweet 16. They beat Texas Tech today. So
yeah, I forgot. I told you I forgot to fill out my bracket. I was supposed to submit it, and I just didn't even fill it out. And I would have lost anyways in the first round.
Yeah, Gonzaga's playing.
So I'm glad I didn't bet anything.
Gonzaga's playing tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Gonzaga. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch.
Yeah, they got the best team by far.
I just wasn't into college basketball this year, and I just didn't keep up with it enough to be confident about any betting.
Nobody's beating Gonzaga this year. They're just too talented.
Yeah.
Too talented. They got their backups are just as good as the start. They
should make the draft interesting.
Yeah, they say the guy from Oklahoma State would go number one. He's playing. They're playing right now. They're losing by 11. So.
Yeah, is that the guy that didn't come out last year?
Cade Cunningham. He's a freshman.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't think the high school kids can come out anymore. He just nailed a three.
Oh yeah.
He just hit a three as we're talking. I'm watching.
He hit a three. Okay.
I'm watching Strikeout Sports. They're a little bit behind Strikeout Sports.
Yeah, Strikeout Sports.
So it's free. So
I'm using the other VOPI because the picture's better. I thought on the VIP one.
Yeah, they're both good.
Yeah, I like it. When I was so happy when I found Strikeout Sports. I was like, oh, now I can watch all the Indians games. And
yeah. Are they going to be good this year? They lost Lindor.
Yeah, I think they're going to be okay. They picked up Rosario and another shortstop, and then they're trying to move the second shortstop out to center field, which I don't know how it's going to go. They've been hitting the cover off the ball, but I think they got like their pitching staff is still good, and I haven't sat down with baseball. I told you I used to buy the Baseball Monthly in April, and then they had all the teams and all the stats, and I would sit down and figure out each guy whether he was a +1 or a -1, and then I would do it that way, and I would do and then right now I think the Indians are like +2 on winning 2 more games this year without Lindor, but I don't know how exact I'm at on that.
Yeah, he's a really good player.
Yeah, Lindor is he's dynamic, and he's he's personable. People in Cleveland loved him.
Yeah, a good leader.
He's a good leader, and he was just a personality. And I don't think we're losing too much batting average wise or fielding wise.
Yeah, I had fun. I like going to the games in Cleveland. I think I've been to 3 games, and
yeah, Jacobs Field is a great place to watch a game, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't watch.
Isn't it called Progressive?
Yeah, Progressive Field now. Jake, I still call it the Jake.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I was good. I went to go see him, and
you just got to get used to that incline of Jacobs Field. Did you find that to be discomforting?
No, I just found the humidity to be a pain in the ass. Like,
yeah, we're right on the lake. Cleveland humidity is not like anywhere in the world. It's like, it gets humid here, really humid.
Yeah, but those guys can really, that ball travels pretty far there in that stadium.
Yeah, Jacob, it's a good hitter's park. Old stadium used to be great. I talked to a couple of the pitchers about pitching in that stadium. They say, yeah, that's definitely a pitcher stadium. But the Jake is more of a, there's that gentle balance. All the corners are okay. There's nothing really you're going to get you in trouble, and you can see a good game there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you go across the street to the Jake? Gambling?
No, I didn't go.
Yeah, if you ever come through again and watch a game there, you can walk right over, and they got the bridge now, the glass bridge that goes right into the casino from the
Wow.
Yeah, so that's kind of cool. You could once you're parked, and you go walk. They were supposed to build a monorail around Cleveland from that area, but he never did it, and it was one of the biggest disappointments.
Oh, Gilbert?
Gilbert never did it. And where you can go watch a movie, go see a show down at the plaza, or go somewhere else. And there's Cleveland, there's always something going on. You go down to the flats, Cleveland's like a mini New York. There's always shows. There's probably 5 or 6 going. There's always concerts going because it's a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame there too. So there's always concerts you can go see at the Nautica, or if you ever get to watch a concert at the Nautica, it's great. And then plus the gambling and the sports, there's every day it is always some sporting event.
I don't get why people are always knocking it because when I was there, like Paul McCartney was playing. I'm not into the Beatles or Paul McCartney, but that's a pretty big name to have in your city.
Yeah, there's always something going on. If you come into Cleveland, don't believe the LA press about what you're going to see. Cleveland is gorgeous. It's just fun to be in.
Yeah, especially in the summer. No, it is a nice city. There's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on.
There's always something going on. You can go see a show. You can go see a sporting event. You can go gambling. You can go. Once you get into Cleveland, most people that come down and they'll go, "Wow, I just heard that some bad press, and I didn't realize it was like this." No,
your roads are not as good as ours. That's about the only thing.
Yeah, the roads and
the roads like in the freeway or whatever are not as good.
Yeah, getting up.
New York's we have like impeccable freeway system.
Yeah, the state system doesn't take over quite as well when you get into the suburbs and that stuff where you come in.
Yeah, but that's about it. That's the only thing I observed. But the other
you can only get into Cleveland through like one way from the south. You can't get in from north because there's obviously a big lake there. So it's difficult to navigate. It's best just to come down 90.
Yeah, that's what I do. I come down 90 and
make the be careful on the bends, and just come in and get off on one prospect, or
Yeah. It'd be a good place to grow up. I know that for sure.
Oh yeah, Cleveland was great. I couldn't wait after I was in the Army for so many years. I couldn't wait to get back to Cleveland because it's
Yeah.
the rock and roll and the in the club scenes, and it's just there's always something. You could go to a blues bar that has probably a good name, a decent name, and the music that comes out is just really fun. And I couldn't
Yeah.
wait. I was in Richmond.
Well, when I went, they had an Indians game, they had a Cavs game, and they had Paul McCartney playing, all like in walking distance.
All within walking distance. So
all three were right there. Right.
Yeah. There's always something. It's never. We go down there a lot. We'll drive in. I don't live in Cleveland. I live like quite a distance away, but we'll drive. It's drivable, and we'll drive in because the restaurants are great, and just to kind of soak in the nightlife and stuff once in a while. You got to do that, and if you come to Cleveland, I mean, I think most people would be like, "Wow, I didn't know this was here."
Yeah. Even the Buffalo Wild Wings, I went down there.
Oh yeah, they got a great one down right at the back of the stadium.
I think that's the one I went to. Or was it Cleveland? I don't know. I went to one. It was like buzzing. It was hopping.
It's hopping. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was a good one. It was right. I think it had to be the one. I don't know. I don't think it was the one downtown. It was one close to downtown.
Ontario. You was right on Ontario.
Yeah, it was really good scene. You had a nice view of the.
You get the
like it was in New York City.
If you look down the street, there's Playhouse Square and the square down there, so that it's like really hopping and everything's going on, and it's like that. Yeah, that's one of the nicer areas, and that's really nice there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good city and it's affordable. They got a lot of beautiful older houses that were.
Oh yeah.
Like what's I was in Cleveland Heights. I think I stayed there.
Cleveland Heights, okay, yeah. Cleveland Heights, nice.
Yeah, that's a nice area, right? Is that they have a lot of these older houses there that were just beautiful.
Yeah, you can see the architecture's
right
there, and some of the houses are like, wow.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, they have the old. I can't remember what style that is of architecture, but it's kind of unique to Cleveland.
Yeah.
And that whole down that in areas from there to Shaker down there, you're gonna find some really cool stuff.
Yeah, you got all the sports. You got, and what's nice about their sports, like it's like all the state three major sports. It's all right there.
All three major sports. Yeah.
Right. So if you live in a condo or whatever apartment in downtown Cleveland, you're good. You can walk to all three sporting, what I mean?
When I was growing up in the 80s, that was the thing. If you can afford, one of those condos down there, that's what you wanted to do for a year. And at that time, they were like $1,700 a month, which in the 80s was like, whoa. But if you could do that and live downtown for 1 year, you'd have like stories forever.
Yeah.
I'd still like to do that, move downtown and be able to walk or take my bike anywhere I wanted to go, and it'd be like, wow, I could do anything except for go shopping. Some of it's like a kind of a food desert down there. The market, you have to go to the market or you have to go to the big glass thing.
Yeah. Dolph Lundgren wants to know if we're going to talk about anything important or relevant.
Yeah, we already did that.
we already did that. It's too bad you didn't.
Yeah, we talked about what did we talk about today? I can't even remember what this was about.
Dolph Lundgren. His name is Dolph Lundgren.
Wasn't
he in the Rocky movies? Was that guy in the Rocky movies?
Dolph Lundgren. He's the original Terminator, the original. I can't remember. It was a funny movie. Me and my brother used to laugh because it was like so funny because he was such a bad actor. Dolph Lundgren was. What was that called?
Which one? What movie?
Oh God, he was the original. There's a series out now. The original. I'll have to look now.
Okay. No, but what were we talking about? Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, we're talking about social justice, diversity, how that kind of doesn't work in the society when you lose anonymity and you you lose your individuality and your sort of agency. You're giving away your agency, and a lot of people act negatively towards that and thing when they're forced to when the social justice is forced on you, and it works better. It works out for companies because it divides their employees.
Diversity training, yeah.
Diversity training, yeah, that sets this person against this person and this person. It gives you enemies, and then the people that either feel like they've had an injustice towards them, and the people that feel like I've never done an injustice, but now I have to take credit for, like, since I'm a white male, I'm the major offender, you know. So that thing tears, like, it tears individuality apart, and it makes the company scene very like walking on eggshells. So that doesn't do a real good thing for companies, but they use it in a Willie Lynch sort of way, like divide the employees so they don't get together and unionize.
Yeah.
That's what the original topic was about, and
yeah,
we can see how in football and in sports and in big corporations that they weaponize that thing now.
Yeah. They want you to be ashamed to
be subservient, try to be the best worker, be the best slave.
Right, be the best slave. Fight to be the best slave.
Yeah, you have to fight and compete with everybody to be the best slave, and then it's like that's not a good work environment.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still talking about Dolph Lundgren. I gotta have to look. What was
his name? Is Dolph Bavaria. Sorry.
Yeah,
I don't mean to make fun of it. I was joking around. At least he got the sarcasm. I think. Some people don't get the sarcasm. Like the London Mafia. Like they think, like, I don't hate those guys. I think, I like those guys. I just think they're trad cucks, and they. I think that's why they. It's interesting how we started talking about trad cucks, and next thing you know, those guys don't show up anymore. Like, it's like we told them who they were, and then they like realize, oh, maybe we're not mgtow. I don't know. Sorry, what were we gonna say?
Oh, I was still looking at it.
I liked it when you did those shows with those London guys, and
Yeah, but as soon as I started calling out the trad cuckery, then
right, and then the fatherhood doesn't exist thing.
That's what set them off. No, fatherhood doesn't exist. It's a social concept, and
right,
we should be the Punisher. That was Dolph Lundgren. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, in mgtow, trad cuck, to be a trad cuck, that's a terrible thing. What you're saying is you're agreeing with the government scheme of you're the protector provider, and have a Christian background, and you have to believe in Jesus, and you believe in country and God, and give it your all, and then you become all them social concepts fall to you. With that, you become the slave. You become the, it's a slavery trade-off. She's fat and pregnant in the kitchen. You're getting sex at night, and that's the only thing that's you lose your agency. And trade cuckery is the worst thing to be in mgtow. It's right up there with simp or white knight and trad cuck, and that's not a good quality to be a male. So that's what bothered them. They believe in fatherhood. I don't believe in fatherhood.
Right.
I think fatherhood's a social construct.
Right.
It is. I don't get pregnant.
Right.
I can't get pregnant. It's not. It's her body. It's her choice. She makes those decisions, whether she is or not. She has an autonomy over that now. She should be responsible and accountable for her own body. I don't make her pregnant. I mean, I can't get pregnant. That's not my child. I don't have a child. I'm a male. But Corbin's disease is popular among those guys. They think they're pregnant with their wife. And that's delusion.
Mental illness. Yeah, I was just going to
say. Corvad's disease is a mental illness.
It's a mental illness. You're not. Yeah.
You're not pregnant.
You're not being logical there. Yeah.
You're not being. You can't have a baby. You just become the responsible party in their system. And I'm not the responsible party for some woman. It's her body, her choice. She has a baby. I don't. I'm not that.
Yeah.
I mean, the trade cuckold, yeah, that's what about it. And but so most men just want to go back to that father, and I'm gonna take care of everything, and she's gonna be in the kitchen, fat and pregnant, and everything's gonna be great, and that's a delusional concept.
Look at Dolph. He's like losing his mind here.
Yeah, I just thought that
male feet. Really? Come on, buddy. It's like really.
there's no such thing as fatherhood. It's
no. Did you see his comment? It's possible for a male human body to develop.
Oh no, it's not.
I know. It's like so crazy.
That's crazy.
He's getting in. He's just losing his mind.
Yeah, he's losing his mind over it because he doesn't want to. Most men don't want to. When you come into mgtow, that's one of the things that you're going to
do. He's saying that men could get pregnant.
No, that's not possible. You can't.
No, that's crazy. Like
you're not pregnant. Like Al Bundy says,
oh boy,
all masculinity was lost the first time the first man said we're pregnant.
Troll alert over here.
We're not pregnant. She's pregnant. It's her body. It's her choice. It's her responsible and not yours. It's her baby. When a judge told me that them kids aren't mine, I understood that those kids weren't mine. But with that, you grab your agency and you say, no, those kids aren't mine. They're hers.
Yeah.
I'm not a father. Don't ask me for anything else now. If you want a divorce, don't ask me for anything else. Nothing. You'll get nothing from me because I'm not the father. That's what the judge told me. That's the legal truth about that.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, but there's a lesson to learn in that. It's like, okay, now I see how the system works. Fatherhood was a lie. It was a social construct that religious people.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, once you get that, you've got your whole mgtow. Your life's ahead of you now. It's like,
yeah.
But a lot of these guys want to get married. They want to do that. They want to test those waters and see if they can avoid those landmines. That's not a good position. That's what I was talking about with the.
No, that's what gets you in trouble.
This morning with the either you could be abstinent from that, or you can be risk management, harm management. You're managing harm. Then that's all you're doing.
Yeah.
And if you're managing harm, eventually you're going to get harmed because you're not going to be able to do it correctly in this set up society. They're setting you up for failure based on the idea that you're a father. It's not good thinking. It makes no sense at all, and it's an absurd concept. But most of these guys, they just fall right for that because I so want to be that. I'm the man. The picket fence and the great house, and even Dostoevsky argued against that concept. It was like that house isn't real. You're not seeing from the outside. It looks great. Once you get in there, there's things that don't make sense in there, and it's horrible for a male.
Stressful. I mean, I think you underestimate the stress.
The stress is
underestimate.
Yeah, you have to make those payments on the house.
Right.
You have to do that. You have to be.
Yeah,
you have to worry 100% about whether you're going to get laid off or whether you're not going to make the contract.
Right.
You know, that's 100% on you. She's sitting there fat and pregnant in the kitchen going, "Bring home the money, baby."
Right. And then there's no respect there either.
No respect. You're
even if you had all that respect from a female in your family, it still would be a stressful life.
It would still be a stressful life.
But you don't even get that.
Yeah, you're not even going to get any kind of reward and stress.
There's no reward. There's absolutely no reward. I can't think of one reward you get. There's absolutely no reward.
The stress reduction that they talk about is sex, and that's like, okay, now you're the very reason you have that stress is because you put yourself in that situation.
Right. You think, and then sex is so easy to get these days too. So there's really no.
You go to a massage parlor
you can just. It's so easy. You can just take a hot shower. Whatever.
Yeah, go get a hot shower and go get a cold shower. Carly's in the chat if you want to talk to a stripper.
Yeah, Carly and Dolph is her pimp, and so they're working side by side. But yeah, so you just
See,
call
that's why
it.
we got to bring the strippers to the chat, because then the guys can feel like that the track
Yeah.
cut and
Yeah.
the simp.
What's worse, the pimp or the stripper? What's worse?
What's worse, the pimp or the stripper? I would say a pimp is like
Probably worse, yeah, because they take the money and they got no
yeah,
value.
that is a form of human trafficking, and you're just like, it's like, no,
Yeah,
you're doing lighter than air work, and
you're just a little, what a terrible human being.
what a horrible human being. I knew a few pimps in my time.
Terrible.
They were good people at all. There are always some huge character defects.
It sounds like bookmakers.
Yeah, bookmakers too have huge character defects.
Right. I mean, I did some bookmaking for like a week, and then after a week, I was like, this is like 20 years ago, and I think I made like $1,000 or so, and I was pretty much going to have a very profitable business. I mapped it out, and then I felt so bad about what I was doing. Like, not that I was taking advantage of anyone, but I felt like I was taking advantage of them in some ways, because these people are they're gambling addicts, and
if you can delude yourself that you're not taking advantage.
Yeah. So I stopped doing it, because I would get a number, like I would get a spread of numbers like 3 to like a 5. So I'd make the line 4. So the guy would bet the game -4. Okay. And I would lay it off at -3. So I get a free, or I would keep the bet.
Right.
But that way, if the game hit a 3 or 4, I'd win the bet with no risk, assuming I got paid. So my point I'm trying to make is that I felt like such a scumbag doing it for a week that I just quit. Yeah. Even though I could have ran the business as good as anybody. Like I know how to run that business, and it was just that's not a human decency thing to do.
No, it's not decent. It's the same as a pimp. You're taking advantage of people with addiction.
Right. You're taking advantage of people with addiction.
Whether it be sex addiction, and prostitution is pretty much taking advantage of men with sex addictions. And I mean, if you can't put that away and grow up, then we don't need those people around mgtow. Put that away and grow up.
No, you got to surround yourself with mature people. That's why most of my friends are like older. Like my friend that passed away, he was in his late 80s, and I have a friend now, he's in his mid 70s. Those are like good, they were good friends of mine, and the mid 70s guy's still alive. He's a good friend of mine, and I talk to him all the time, and I run stuff by him all the time, and he gives me good advice about how to handle situations, and because he's got more life experience than me. He's got 30 years on me.
Yeah, most of the tracks in mgtow are the PUAs and the mgtow 1s and 2s, which I talk about, which do the harm reduction rather than abstinence. They're really, I can't remember what I was going to say. They're really just, they're putting themselves at so much risk, and they're really kind of still very sick. And they have to work on that. That's why you do mgtow level 4, so you can do that introspection about your sicknesses in life.
Yeah.
So do that introspection. Look, what was your part in that thing? That's what it. What's your part in this thing? I ask all the men's rights guys, you guys never take a look at what your part in that thing was. It's one of the qualities that I respect about a mgtow monk. He goes, okay, I was that. I see those maladies. I ended them. I took care of them. I don't longer have those addictions, and I'm a better person for it.
Yeah.
To be praising mgtow in this country.
Like, one of the things I struggle with is just anger, like through people trying to take advantage of me. I guess, and I've learned to just be calm in those situations now. And I'm not perfect. I'm still struggling with it sometimes.
Yeah, a sense of
because we're in a predatory world. How can you not get angry from time to time?
Yeah, learn how to poise yourself and be right about things and take care of things differently.
Right.
The simp is the person that he jumps off the gun. He's always incredibly effective. The emotions are all over the place. He's not going to get any good results from any good situation.
Right.
I
Right.
mean,
Right. You got to be logical and think, like, and my friend Joe tells me that, 76-year-old guy tells me that.
yeah, calm down.
Yeah, we're gonna use intelligence. We're not gonna get emotional. Don't. That's the things his father taught him. His
Yeah,
father taught him that when his father was ran a pretty profitable insurance business, and he used to say that don't. He goes, no, intelligence over emotion. It's like,
intelligence over emotion.
yeah,
Right,
we're not gonna be emotional here. We're gonna make the best decision logically, think it through, and
right. Being overly effective and having those emotions all over the place. That's one of the personality quirks that I talk about. Is like
right.
you can't be that. That's the personality type of a sim.
I'll tell you a practical thing people can do is just don't look at your email before you go to bed, like stuff like that, like because you might get something you don't want to see, or stop looking at email like around I'd say 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. Like don't look at that's it. That's pretty much the business day's over. Like
Yeah, the business day's over.
yeah, so don't look at them. Don't look at your emails. Don't bother. You can take care of it tomorrow. Even the weekends, maybe don't even look at your emails.
Right. Yeah.
Don't be that guy. Like I that's something I had to do an introspection on myself because I keep looking at it and I respond to things right away, and that's not the right strategy. The right strategy is just treat emails and all that stuff between 8 and 9 and 5 and 6. That's it. Those are the days I'm going to look at emails. And I'm not looking at it. Yeah, because I'm not going to get emotional. I'm going to calm down and
Right.
enjoy the rest of my evening.
Enjoy the rest of your evening. You have a non-stressful.
Yeah. And because I know I have 2 family members that I have a business deal with, and they're just very, and of course they're women, so they're not like,
Yeah,
to me, they don't have integrity. They don't have it, and they're always trying to needle me.
Yeah, like after 5 is not the time and place for this. See,
Right.
at 5 or before,
Right.
5, I'll handle it then. But there's time and place for everything, and women lose that concept right away.
Conscious by concern is something I had to explain to a couple of people. They don't even understand. That's a very important concept to understand.
It's a very good, important concept to understand about how females, they don't have honor; they have conscience by concern.
Yeah.
And those chains of morality extend. They have the latitude of the chains of morality that they have will extend farther than you. So you have to be careful. Watch that thing, because you cannot act that way. You can't. There's no way to fight that thing.
Yeah, that's just DNA. It's nature. It's nature. All women are like that.
Yeah.
They're all like that. There's no unicorns. There's not these women. Some of these women are delusional. I think they're unicorns, or like, no, you're not. All women are like that.
Yeah, there's like what, 2-3 billion of them out there.
They're all the same, and it all plays out exactly how you said it.
Right.
But which is why shows like The Equalizer starring Queen Latifah really annoy me, because they try to present a different thing of what's real, right? It's like,
I thought Dolph Lundgren played in The Equalizer too, didn't he?
Who did?
Dolph Lundgren.
I don't think so. There was some English guy that did it in a TV series in the 80s, I think.
Equalizer. He did the
and then Denzel did it, and then
he did The Punisher.
But Queen Latifah was like, "Oh, I protect people that can't protect themselves." Yeah, sure, right. In real life, a woman's only going to be concerned with herself. She's not going to worry about protecting people. And she definitely doesn't have the strength to even do it if she wanted to.
Yeah, no, it'd be impossible.
But the conscious by concern plays into that too, like how they want to portray these women as having honor. They just don't. They just don't have it. They don't.
No, that's the first thing you have to.
It's not in their nature. It's not. We're not bashing women. That's just fact.
No, they get in touch with that. Yeah.
Well, people don't like it. They don't like to hear the truth,
Right. They talk about honor codes with men all the time. Yeah.
Dolph Lundgren in the chat saying it's possible that men can get pregnant, and then he's calling me illogical. I mean, I don't know if you saw what he wrote. I stopped looking at the chat because the guy's such a fucking idiot. I just can't deal with a fucking guy like that. I mean, the guy's a troll idiot, and I just can't deal with it.
Yeah. Now Carly tells the truth there. She says, "I'm not delusional. I hurt men maliciously and enjoy it." And she'll just say, Like,
Right.
okay, yeah, I
Right.
can
Yeah.
respect that because I
I have more
know,
respect for her than
yeah,
the other
at least
knucklehead.
she's honest about it. I mean,
Guys
male
saying
peers,
men
male
can get
peers
pregnant.
are like steroids for women.
Yeah, it's like you can't duplicate like nature is what it is. Like you want to say, like if I were to say what do I worship, it's nature. I mean, it's like if I were to say,
Sure.
like people say the universe, but to me it's like nature. I'll just go with, I look at nature and it's perfect. It really is to me.
Yeah,
It's perfect.
well, that's on this terrestrial plane,
Yeah,
nature is it.
yeah,
You can look at the difference between philosophically, if you're looking out into the universe, that's an infinite view. Now, when you confine yourself, and that's where God comes from, that infinite view where everything gets warped. Uh,
yeah.
on this terrestrial plane that I live on, nature is it, and that's
Right,
where I find truth.
right. And that's why being an apex predator, we have a right to kill animals and eat them and do these things to help sustain ourselves, and
Right? Yeah, it's
um,
that's the way it is on this trust.
right,
I'm so in touch with. That's why I go to the woods. That's why I collect rocks. That's why so I can look at these things. I can look at the flora and the fauna. Uh, for truths about the world I live in, not social concepts like fatherhood.
right. In nature, like the animals don't.
There is a place for sociology too, but sociology demands methodology, and fatherhood has no methodology.
Yeah, it's a social construct for sure.
Yeah,
Uh,
you can go look that up. It's a very it's a if you do any research in sociology from say Durkheim or from that group, that's what they're going to tell you. It demands a methodology.
yeah,
So philosophy, sociology 10 or 202 or something like that. You know, but I don't expect people to understand some of the things I say like that. Be, you
no,
know,
no,
dealing with people that believe in God and
right,
believe in fatherhood and stuff like that. They believe anything. If they'll believe
like
it,
believe in heaven and hell. I mean, that's just
they believe in anything. They stand for nothing.
yeah. What? Yeah, there's a lot of the Easter Bunny. I mean, they celebrate the Easter Bunny. It's like, I mean,
Well, it's
yeah.
like,
Well, our history is definitely
yeah, it's all
not
they're
accurate.
all screwed up, and that's
Yeah,
coming up.
it's awful.
That's gonna be like next month. How Easter?
Yeah, Easter's next month, right? Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
that's always an interesting day around here. Just I ride around on a bike, and you see people coming out in their Sunday clothes and their Easter clothes. It's like
yeah.
the shoes too. You go from your black shoes to your white shoes.
I used to love it though when I was like a kid.
Yeah, when you're a kid, that's interesting. I had a pair of white
Yeah.
you wore once a year, and that was on Easter.
I'm thinking like spring was like my own. It was. I think I don't know like what season I like the best. Is like sometimes I like fall because football, but I like spring because it's like you have a lot to look forward to. You have like 6 to 8 months of really good weather. You have
Yeah,
sun starts coming out, and I remember like Easter's as a kid, like I used to have this cool like red jacket, like
yeah, yeah. You
it's
get
about, like I was
your
just
jacket, your
yeah,
windbreaker.
yeah, I was like nice. I used to like to get
Your
decked
Michael
out.
Jackson windbreaker.
Yeah, yeah, I used to get decked out with this nice cool like this cool jacket. I'll never forget it, and it's just a lot of fun growing up. Whatever. I had some fun. I didn't realize it was all a bunch of religion just
Yeah.
but when you're a kid, it's like you think it's like wow, this is pretty cool.
Now baseball starts at April 1st, and I'll go get the baseball monthly now, and just look at it differently, and that time of year, and
Wow, Oklahoma State just hit back-to-back threes in like 10 seconds.
did they?
Yeah, they were down 9. They hit. Well, I'm watching it through strikeout. It's a little bit
That's
behind.
great. You can get back into a game really
Yeah,
fast.
yeah, they're down 9. They hit a 3, and then they steal the ball, hit another 3, and then that's how you get back in the game. You're right.
Yeah, yeah.
But good. What were you just saying? Sorry, I lost. Just wanted.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just rambling now. We've been going.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make fun of our chat people. I mean, I appreciate them coming in
I
and
love
everything.
everybody.
But when you start saying stuff like men through nature can possibly get pregnant, and it's like, come on, man. It's like, just cut the crap. I'm just
Yeah,
cut.
this is
Like,
an
this
objectable
is,
reality space here.
yeah, this is, come on. You don't mess with nature. I mean, a guy like that would just get devoured in nature. Like thinking that way, he's probably like this scrawny little 140 pounds, like 5'6" guy, and like saying
Yeah,
stupid things. Like smart, like big guys, it's like I don't know, I shouldn't say that maybe, but like you don't see like intelligent people just don't say those kind of things. I mean, you just don't, it's like you're wasting everybody's time when you do that, It's
yeah, yeah. I'm not telling no lies, and I know the
yeah,
truth hurts sometimes. I know that these guys want to believe in love, and they want to believe,
yeah,
and
yeah,
they believe in marriage, and that
yeah.
the baby mamas are going to be okay. They're, and it's just it's
Believe
hey,
in love. Yeah, that's another thing. Well, we said it: hope, faith, and love. Those are 3 things that Christianity stands on.
faith and
And they're all they don't cost them anything, and they're charging people a lot of money for those things.
yeah, and they most of the time it's going to fail. You can have hope all day long that if you're poor and you're hungry, you can hope all day long that you find a bologna sandwich, but
Yeah,
that might not happen.
right, right. You gotta get out and do something, and
Yeah, you're going to have to do something for that, and that faith is you can have all the faith in the world that you know pigs are going to fly, and it's just made it's not going to happen. And
or men can get pregnant.
Or men can get pregnant, and
It's not gonna happen. Yeah,
you're going to have a baby together with her, and she's going to respect you for the rest of your life. And no, it's not going to happen. Because right after that baby, their hormones are going to go nuts. You're going to start arguing, and it ain't never going to end. And
no,
trust me on that one.
no. You lose your my biggest concern too is just the loss of your individuality.
Yeah, the loss of your agency, your individuality.
Yeah.
You one become, two become one, and
Right,
you're
right,
just and that's true. You lose your agency, you lose your
right,
individual. That's the freedom is lost that you
right,
use to rise,
right.
and
Right.
you're gonna have
You
to
lose
live.
and that's essentially losing your life. You lost your life. You've
Yes,
given
you
your
lost
life
your
away.
life. You become it's very parasitical, and you're sharing a life with someone now. You're sharing a room. She's making the decision what soap you're going to use, what toothpaste you're going to use. Uh, Most of these millennials, I mean, shit, they never made a decision about laundry detergent in their life, so it's probably better for them. Hey, that's no way to live.
No,
Um,
no, no.
this whole thing's taken over this universe, and they become very predatorial. And you want to find every problem in our society, you just look very closely at that, and you'll see every problem just blossom from it. And we can't go on this way. It's not sustainable anymore. Uh,
No.
there's going to be some problems. We've seen it with the last with the Trumpism and that stuff. People are getting sick of that system,
Yeah.
and this thing's going to
Yeah.
pop sooner or later. And I'm probably too old where it's not going to influence me too much. But hey, go for it, guys. It's not a sustainable system.
No. No, it's not. It's not. It's false hope.
Yeah, half the world's laughing at America because of that too. It's like Russia just laughs at us, and Putin wants to say every day, look at your disgusting social system.
It's a false hope thing
Yeah,
too, and yeah, that's the thing that really irks me is that false hope that that they get, these institutions give people. And
Yeah, they give you, 5 of it's like that. They just give you some false hope
yeah,
that that's going to be the ultimate happiness, and it's not the ultimate happiness. It's
no, the ultimate happiness is when you know who you are.
yeah,
I think that's when you know who you are and you have your own freedoms, and
you know, yeah,
because you have your freedom. This whole thing about, like, you don't have to put up with it. You don't have to be a slave. Like,
that's a
you
social
can choose,
service.
you can choose not to be a slave.
Yeah, social services, they dream that's their dream. All fathers are slaves, and it's like, yeah, that's a dream existence for them. But
Yeah.
no, not me. I'm not a slave.
No, I'm not either. No, I mean, I don't advise people quit a job or
You
anything.
can arrest me, put me in jail, you can torture me, and I'll tell you every single time, I'm not a slave.
Right. I've quit.
Yeah,
See,
it's like,
people think I'm crazy that I've quit all these jobs, but I'm really not. I'm not going to be treated that way. You're not going
yeah,
to lie to
be
me.
treated. I refuse to be treated that way.
No. I mean, and I'm like mentally tough, and I quit for reasons that, I don't. I work for companies that have integrity,
Yeah,
and if you don't show me integrity and you treat me with disrespect, well, I'll make a decision
yeah.
to leave. I'll make a decision to leave. I'm not gonna put up with it. Like, but most people, you notice, they don't do that. They stick it out because they have to, they have all these dependents that are relying on them, and
Yeah.
they can't. And another thing, they can't think independently to even,
No,
they'll just
no
do whatever
decision that they're going to
they're
make after that will be an independent decision. Nothing will have to do with them at all. Have to do everything with their family and their dependents. You won't have you never have a decision about yourself to make.
right. They're all making the decisions for you. I've had so many guys that, we all get downsized or like a company, and I'll talk to them like a few weeks later, or they'll call me or whatever. And like, oh, my wife,
My wife is
she's
so
getting,
worried about her.
she's getting really upset that I'm not working anymore. It's like, you just lost your job. It's like, women, if that's a good wife, like, there's no such thing as a good wife, but if that existed, like, they would be supportive of you and make things positive for you. But no, they just put more stress on you
Mm-hmm.
because they want those resources. They want that money coming in.
Or they would get a job.
Right. Or they would get a job to support. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
strippers do one thing: they strip, or they don't. They're not going back to stripping after
Right.
that.
Right. It's just a whole bad
Run with
thing.
another man. So that's it.
Which really shows how much more evolved MGTOW are than other men. I mean, we're just more evolved. I mean, I can't think of any other way to put it. It's just the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah, we just look at truths, and that's it. And
we're more intellectually involved. We're smarter than married men. That's just the truth. I mean,
yeah, I know it's logical positivism.
I mean, yeah. I have a cousin. He's got, like, I don't know. I'm not saying how many kids he has, but he's got a lot, and it's like, wow. It's like, he better watch his back. I mean, he's like around 40. He better watch it. He's entering heart attack zone if he's not careful with the stress levels, because he has a business that's a pretty big business, and he's under a lot of stress, I'm sure, through his work.
All that for some guys, most of these guys out there, all that being married is going to make you into is a liar and a thief.
Yeah.
Some of these guys, what would I do for my family now? And
yeah.
You'll screw your buddies. You'll have no friends. You're going to be the biggest a-hole on the planet.
That's right.
That's what it's going to take you. Is that what you want to be? Okay.
Yeah.
That's the kind of people I don't want in my life.
No, I don't either, Joe.
They're going to steal my tools. They're going to steal anything they can.
Right.
They're going to be a-holes.
Right. And I don't want to be around them either.
I don't want to be around that. And it's like, okay, you just lost a friend.
Well, that's why, like, I had a situation because I was getting a little stressed out over this whole tenant guy and whatever. I talked to you about it earlier, but like I was talking to RP and JK yesterday, and those guys are, I have a lot of respect for them, and they're mgtow, and they were so helpful to me because I can count on them for good, to kind of, because they're mgtow, right? So if they were like, I could never get the same type of information or support from a simp. They wouldn't understand where I was coming from. They wouldn't understand it, and so that's why I'm thankful I have like outlets, and even talking to you, there's a group that, like you said, like you say at the end of every podcast, thanks for being mgtow, because who else can I talk to that can give me really sound advice? It doesn't exist outside of mgtow. It doesn't exist. There's just a bunch. They're going through that female filter,
right?
So.
Right. Yeah. If you're going to get some advice from him, he's always thinking about what I can get out of you to give to my wife.
And those guys were kind of like RP and JK were kind of like, I won't say they were laughing at me, but because, like there'll be times that, I'll give a guy advice that's but they were kind of like they were not, they just felt I had to toughen up. So I needed to hear it from them. Because I am pretty tough mentally, but sometimes stuff happens and you get under a little stress. I haven't worked, a real good job in, 8 months, and, it takes it's taken a little out of me financially, but, again, talking to those guys really kind of helped me kind of just think more logically. And then now I was able to really have a good day today and get back on track a little bit. All it took was a little conversation with those guys.
Yeah. You rely on the guys and have someone to talk to, and that's going to give you some good advice.
Yeah, because I have an uncle who's he's retired now. He was a CEO of a small company, and he did really well for himself. But I remember him saying something. He's married with 3 kids. He said something that was, he goes, having a family gives you purpose. And
it's their purpose, and that's the problem.
It's like he was totally wrong. He was totally wrong. And his guy that's been right on a lot of things in life, but that's not one of them.
Yeah, you got to think about that statement. If that's the only purpose you got in this world, it's like, and that purpose admits you become disposable with that purpose, and you're living for someone else. You're living for this. That's not purpose. Is that really purpose, or is that something else when you're living for something else?
Yeah. It's crazy.
That sounds more like a demand.
It's just crazy. And I don't know if these women are laughing like internally or what the deal is. Are they laughing at their own husbands? I don't know.
The Robin Williams thing at the end, he said he could never fulfill that purpose. And and then he realized that it was just demands that other people were making on him to use him in a disposable way. And he shot himself. It's like he realized that fact.
Yeah, he just had enough. I think he just went over the edge. I think it was just, he had another payment. What was it? He had like another payment he had to make. It was something, right?
He wanted to. He didn't want to have to work the rest of his life. He figured that he was financially well off, and then he looked at, like, no, I have to go back to work. I have to go do that.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to. It's like, but it was not for him. If it was just for him, he would have had enough wealth to retire. Very good, but he couldn't see retirement to that.
Because it was a role that he didn't want to do or something, right? Or something.
Right, and he had to because the 2 daughters were in college. They needed money. The wife was demanding, or the ex-wife was demanding. I can't remember how that went. And divorce payments he had to make, and there was just so many pressures on him that still existed that shouldn't have existed at that age. And it was all because he did go down that traditional conservative way.
Yeah. Which again that's set up by these institutions, and the institutions are run by the rich, like Bruce Wayne, who I can't freaking stand.
Yeah. His superpower is being rich. It's like,
what an insulting thing to say to a guy like Flash Gordon. Flash Gordon, here's a guy who's got a real superpower that he developed or was born with or whatever, and he saved that woman's life. or a lot of people's lives and whatever. And Bruce Wayne's just because he's rich, because he's making money on Wayne Capital, which is
Yeah,
making.
that Flash, he was talking about trying to make it through college so he can get a decent job because he's starving.
Right.
And his father that was in prison for something he didn't do, and he knows he didn't do it.
He built the infrastructure with the Wayne Capital, making interest on people's labor.
People's labor, and that was so like the other stars, even the robot guy, he's got problems in his life. He can't make a living. The bank's, the Falcon, the bank's not giving him a loan. These people got normal life problems. Superman's mother lost her house to the bank.
Superman's mother. Yeah, I thought you said Batman's mother. You're right. It's Superman's mother. You're right. The bank.
Lost her out to the bank.
It's because she had to pay property taxes on the farm or whatever.
And he says, at the end they relieve him of that debt, but that doesn't happen in the real world. The bank takes your house.
Right. Gosh, what a terrible system.
Yeah, what a terrible system that is.
Yeah.
I mean, and men are the superheroes. Men are the support. It's the is what Rick put up the other day in Fight Club. Is like these are the people you rely on, the same people you're screwing over. That's what Fight Club was about. They wanted to destroy that institution because these are the waiters and the people that make your dinner and the people that bring your food to you. These are the people you rely on, the same people. You don't think that someday America is going to wake up and go, we're the people you rely on. What happens if your food doesn't make it to you? You can have all the money in the whole world,
right?
And it's not going to buy you a fucking loaf of bread.
Right, and who protects them? Again, go back to the police.
Yeah, the police.
That's who's protected.
That doesn't happen and everything. Right. Like it's so insulting to the slaves, the modern slaves, the working class.
Yeah, that's who's protecting these people. Like Bruce Wayne is. It's Bruce Wayne. He's the worst character in that whole Justice League. The more I think of it, he's the worst guy.
He's a horrible person, and
he is.
He is. They make him with these maladies and everything, but he's always trying to do something. It's like the rich now giving money to the arts and giving money to feminism and that so they can relieve it's the same thing as Christianity. It's like so they can relieve themselves of the horrible things they've done to the people.
Yeah, right.
They are.
I'm rich. He's got his stupid butler, Alfred the butler.
Butler that calls him master.
Yeah. What a terrible character. You're right. Like we really broke. Like that's good analysis right there. It's like breaking down how Batman's a big jerk.
Yeah. I mean, the real superheroes. I mean, if there was a modern American superhero, he'd be a billionaire and taken care of. He'd be empathetic to the poor. He'd be that would be a superpower. But being able to buy fancy equipment so you can overcome an enemy is not a superpower.
No.
It's like having massive people supporting you because you're a good person. That would be a superpower.
Yeah.
And we've seen some of them. The social consciousness is changing, but we get so much backlash from that. People hanging on to that old 50s way that it's usually the alt-right conservative, like, they're hanging on to those old ways. Or you become a millionaire. No, you can't. You might do well enough to survive. And that should be good enough. And it's like, shouldn't everybody have the same right to survive?
I mean, I look back on the taxes I've paid.
Yeah, I mean,
$500,000, or it's a lot of money. It's a lot. It's a lot of money. It's big money.
It's like I can't even make it.
$500,000. I probably paid more than that, probably, because I'm not even looking at. I'm looking at just income tax.
Yeah, I mean, I can't make it.
$25,000 a year, even when I had a good job. Like 20 years of work, $25,000.
At the end of at the end of the summer and everything, things, bad. And I was like, man, I can't make a dime being a philosopher. It bakes no bread.
I know. Yeah, well, that's the way to do it. Is just you got to minimalism. I think is a good thing. And,
Yeah, I'm for electrician. Oh, that's great.
I know it's just, and that's why you see people acting the way they do. They're very cheap and they penny pinch every little penny, which is it's good to be frugal, but boy, I don't know how many times I go out to eat and I'm picking up the bill a lot of times because
Yeah,
I'm a mgtow and they're not, and they're just like.
If I go into social work, I can make a living, but I can't see myself like living off of the taxes that of other
No.
people. I'm not a leech. I'm not a leech.
Yeah, and that's Oh man, what a mess.
What a mess it is. Yeah, we've been going about 4 hours here, and I'm starting to get a little tired.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
12:30. It's after midnight. It is. It's Monday morning. If that means anything to you.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start wrapping this up, and I'm starting to get a headache, and I need
Yeah.
some sleep. And
I think it was the Batman talk that giving you a headache.
Just for the last 2 hours there, we've just been, topics been waning, but it's fun to do. We could talk about, social stuff like movies and baseball and football and
Yeah, definitely.
they're important to some people, Canadian lacrosse.
Yeah. Talk about women's college soccer.
Women's college soccer, it's yeah. Women's volleyball is going to start up soon, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on again. Yeah.
Oh, thanks for coming around. Thanks for,
Yeah.
it's been an interesting night. And I'll shut this thing down. The original topic was social justice and diversity, and how the rich will willy lynch you into separate and divide. And what we need in this country is more unity between people, and we could throw away all this other garbage and just try to be a better community member and a better person, and you remember your unity with the people you live with, and try to develop something that works for you and your city members and your street members, but the way they want it is, just be a good slave and compete with somebody for your job, and you'll be the best slave then. But that doesn't lead for a lot of happiness in life, and marriage doesn't lead for a lot of happiness for most people. Individuality, and find something that you love doing. Take that deep introspection into your soul, and get rid of all those traces of that horrible person that would simp for a living, and most of all, thanks for people coming around, even our critics, and our thanks for coming around and giving us something to examine, and most of all, thanks to the men for coming around, and thanks for being mgtow, because otherwise I'd have no one to talk to, and that's it. Thanks for being mgtows.